David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
Commissioners meeting for Tuesday, April 30th. Call to order and roll call.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Here.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Here.
Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Present.
Commissioner Camilla Bustamante.
Present.
And Chair Hank Hughes.
Present.
Thank you.
Now let us stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, God, indivisible, liberty, and justice for all. Salute the flag, state of New Mexico, and the symbol of friendship among united cultures. All right. Also, for our land acknowledgement, I acknowledge that this county building and Santa Fe County is on the original homelands of the Tiwa people, who know it as Oga Poge Owinge, White Shell Water Place. And our moment of reflection, public safety, is going to be Sophia Garcia. Thank you.
Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us, being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of our community. We take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody be seated. Manager Schaefer, are there any changes to the agenda?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, there are no recommended changes to the agenda as presented. I would just note that the initial agenda for today's meeting was posted on Tuesday, April 23rd, and the final agenda was posted on Saturday, April 27th, more than 72 hours in advance of today's meeting, as required by the Open Meetings Act. And the two items that were the substantive changes between the two agendas were to add item 4A under consideration of proclamations, commissioner resolutions, and/or recognitions, and presentation item 8D. Again, but there are no recommended changes to the agenda as presented to you today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board? Motion to accept the agenda as written.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nay? No nays. Agenda is passed. Years of service, retirements, and new hires, County Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do want to take a minute to acknowledge all of the employees of Santa Fe County on the various ends of the spectrum. I'm going to start with years of service. We have several employees who are recognizing significant milestones with the county at 5, 10, and 15 years of service. They are as follows. The following employees are recognizing their 5th year anniversary with the county in the month of April. They are Ramon Archuleta in the Treasurer's Office, Randy Downey in the Adult Detention Facility, and Daniel Martinez with the Sheriff's Office. In the County Manager's Office, Ronald Good in IT is recognizing his 10-year anniversary with the county, and then we have several employees recognizing their 15-year anniversary with the county, and they are Gabriel Gallegos at the Adult Detention Facility, Salvatore Caputo in the Fire Administration, Kyle Gregory, Jared Cotter, and Grant Lundquist, all with the Fire Department as well, members of our regional staff. Want to also acknowledge that we had 2 employees who are retiring at the end of April. We want to wish them all the best in their retirement. They are Hal Caroland with the Sheriff's Department and Johnny Baca with our Public Works Department. Finally, I do want to recognize both new hires at the county as well as volunteer firefighters who have recently come on to the county, again, underscoring the combination nature of our department and the efforts that are being invested both by fire administration and our district chiefs in building out our much appreciated and needed volunteer firefighter ranks. I'll start with those volunteer firefighters. They are Paul Davis, Jose Hernandez, Andrew Jefferson, and Daniel Mallory. In terms of employees with the county, I would like to acknowledge Roxanne Maestas in the County Clerk's Department, and in the Community Services Department, our new Deputy Director, Ann Ryan. In the Sheriff's Department, Chica Uloma. In the Utilities Department, Lucas Ebnather, and in the Land Use Department, Benjamin Bachvertz Lopez. In Public Works, Miguel Valencia Durarte, I believe. Also Joseph Vigil. Also in the Public Works Department, Anthony Serna Sanchez. And finally, in the Utilities Department, Juan Montoya III. So again, want to recognize and welcome both those new county employees as well as volunteers. Appreciate everyone joining our team. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and congratulations to all the people who met their yearly, their 5, 10, and 15 years, and our new employees. That's great, and again, it's nice to see that new employees are exceeding the number of retirements, although congratulations on the people retiring for their help. Any other comments from the staff? If not, we will go to Employee of the Quarter, First Quarter Award. County Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. We're going to try and do something a little bit different today relative to the Employee of the Quarter Award. I'm going to go ahead and indicate who the nominees are from the various groups, and we're going to then invite either the department director or more immediate supervisor of the individual employee to come up and sing the employee's praises and present to the board what exactly caused them to be nominated for this award. So this is a significant component of our employee recognition program. The nominees for Employee of the Quarter from the various groups were from the Community Services Group, Dominic Cisneros in our Growth Management Department, from the Public Safety Group, Ignacio Dominguez from currently of the Fire Department, in our Public Works Group, Michael Sandoval, and Millicent Vallis. I hope I didn't butcher that too badly. And then finally, also in our Community Services Group, Devin Baldwin. So we're going to go ahead and invite individuals, and Valerie, I'm not sure if you're directing traffic, but the department directors or supervisors to come up and say a few words relative to their stellar employees. Thank you.
Dominic Cisneros for Employee of the Quarter. Over the last quarter, Dominic has gone above and beyond to ensure the department is meeting the needs of the customers. Dominic has stepped up and assisted with permit intakes, including taking permits in while staff members were on extended absence and completing his current caseload. Dominic has accelerated the advancement of the online permitting software by finding time weekly to dedicate to the project and the push to get it online. He has identified areas to be improved so the final permit system is more user-friendly. As a team leader, Dominic sets the bar for the employees with his customer service skills, consistently fast follow-up, attention to details, and willingness to assist anyone in need. When Dominic is involved with an application or permit, he is on top of all issues and will own the case and make sure that it moves forward appropriately and the applicant remains informed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you for this afternoon where we have the opportunity to recognize the nomination of Ignacio Dominguez. Ignacio Dominguez has been a longtime county employee serving in the dispatch in RECC as well as human resources, and now in his time with the fire department and specifically emergency management. Over the last few months, he has been absolutely critical to the role within the fire department and to really county operations. He's stepped up to facilitate building key relationships with external partners as well as internal county departments as well. He's taken lead on several pivotal programs and initiatives, such as the update of our hazard mitigation plan, which as we wrap that up here in the next couple months, that will really lay the foundation for a much healthier and prepared county for the years to come. Additionally, he did a tremendous amount of work facilitating the pilgrimage and coordinating over 20 agencies and being a liaison and spearheading that project. Ignacio's work is a true testament to his dedication to the fire department and to the county as a whole. His nomination came from one of our staff members, but really was a collective effort from our district members, our volunteers, and our staff as well. So thank you for hearing the work and the efforts of Ignacio Dominguez.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Celeste Sanchez, and I have the pleasure of supervising Michael Sandoval. Michael Sandoval is a natural leader and is a great asset to have at our downtown facilities. Michael goes above and beyond his work duties on a daily basis, not only at his building, but at the admin buildings at 100 Catron and 102 Grant. Michael has been a great leader and takes pride in his work. Michael is stationed at 102 Grant, but is always going to 100 Catron to check on staff and ensure that if they need any help, he is always there to help them. He is always willing to cover when we are short staff at either building. Michael has been with us for 12 years, and Michael has Michael has been a great asset not only to building services, but I believe that Michael has been a great asset to all of us here at Santa Fe County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. It's a personal pleasure to be here to speak to the nomination of Devin Baldwin for Employee of the Quarter. Devin joined our team in February of 2020, providing crucial assistance during a globally challenging period when access to basic needs was more vital than ever. Devin swiftly mastered the system of resources and has become a valuable member of our incredibly remarkable team. Over the years, Devin has successfully taken the lead of organizing site visits to our Connect participating organizations and ensuring our involvement in community events. This initiative has nurtured professional relationships and networking. His exceptional navigation and community outreach skills have greatly contributed to the success of our Connect team. Beyond his remarkable work as a navigator, Devin has further enhanced his skills by obtaining his community health worker certification. He independently researched the program and soon decided it would be beneficial for his professional development and contribute to his work as a navigator. He enrolled in the certificate program, which comprised of 2 8-week courses, the Community Health Worker Certification Training and Community Health Worker Training 2. For 16 weeks, and out of his personal time, he took classes every Tuesday evening for 1.5 hours. In March 2024, Devin received his certification from the New Mexico Department of Health, Office of Community Health Workers. And for these reasons, Devin was nominated for Employee of the Quarter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Hughes, members of the Commission, good afternoon. My name is Chris Chappell. I'm with Santa Fe County Public Works. I'm presenting on behalf of Millicent Fallis. I directly work with her on a daily basis. She was recently nominated and won Employee of the Month with Public Works. And here's a few words of what her coworkers have said. Millicent has taken on responsibility of working on some of the capital asset purchase orders requests and getting invoice packets ready for submittal while the main staff in charge has been out of office. She is the newest member of the ASD team with this line of work and has already started working on bigger, more complex projects. Millicent has picked up additional duties beyond her required tasks. She has also always asked everyone in the office if they need any help from her. She is always a delight to work with and carries a refreshing attitude. Another individual wrote, "She has been a great help in ensuring that this work is getting completed and not falling behind while the other staff members have been out. She has been doing an excellent job on learning how to do things correctly and asking questions as capital asset requisitions and invoice packets have little of a different process." Now, personally, I can attest to Millicent's astonishing professional manners. Her coworkers find her a delight to be around, while senior staff admire her leadership skills. She has an exceptional attendance record and continuously sets precedents on achieving excellence. Now, as an individual, she sets and achieves goals regularly with her personal standards set high. As a team member, she supports all fellow associates with an attitude we can all strive to emulate. In the short period of time I have known Millicent, I've discovered what it means to be an A+ Santa Fe County employee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would just take a moment to reflect, on these nominees and how it underscores the diversity of county operations. It underscores how important every single team member is to the success of the county and of their individual business units, and how we inspire each other, through our actions and through the work and the attitude that we bring to the work of our constituents every day. With all that said, it's my great privilege to announce that the Employee of the Quarter Award goes to Michael Sandoval. And I'd like to ask that all of our nominees come forward to have their picture taken with the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
All right, I see that it is now time for us to temporarily recess and convene as the Board of Finance. I guess we need a motion to do that.
Mr. Chair, I'll move that we, the Board of County Commissioners will temporarily recess and convene as the Board of Finance.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Green. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? No. Roll call for the Board of Finance.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton,
Here.
Commissioner Justin Green,
Here.
Commissioner Anna Hanson,
Present.
Commissioner Camilla Bustamante,
Present.
and Chair Hank Hughes.
Present. And approval of the agenda. Does anybody know of any changes to the agenda?
Move to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the opposed? No?
No, no.
Okay.
I just
The,
didn't have, I was muted.
The treasurer does pass. The approval of the agenda passes, and then we go to county treasurer, although I see we have the county deputy treasurer. Go ahead, Pat.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. Treasurer stepped out for a moment. I don't know if you want to wait or do you want me to continue for her? What would be the likes of the members? Yeah, I can go get her.
There's our treasurer.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hughes, members of the Commission. Okay. Beginning with our presentation, our 2024 first half report. I'd like to begin with the Santa Fe County Treasurer updates, pause in the Fed funds rates and possible rate cuts, the inverted yield curve 6 month to the 5-year spread, something that Deputy Treasurer will be addressing in just a moment, our 23 property tax update, and our property tax outreach program that have already been established and have been going in our many locations. Our fiscal agent balance as of March 31st, 2024, we have 36 accounts, $40,707,195.01 at 35 basis points. We're currently in our second half property tax rush, which has been steady. I wouldn't say it's been as busy as the first half, but definitely there's a steady flow of individuals paying their property taxes. Here we have our portfolio balances that I will share the total amount of $456,367,298.20. And moving into our other holdings, our LA&B Studios CD is at $4,267,167. Our local CDs are at $1,245,000. Our BNY Mellon, $6,510,611.16 for a grand total of $12,022,778.16, and our yearly drawdown has already been completed for this year. Grand total of all of our holdings, our total is at this is including all of our bank accounts, $509,097,271.37. Our earnings from our LA&B Studio CD, we're at 250 basis points. Our FICAs, 40 basis points. Our UBS account, 455 basis points. Wealth, 522. Investments, between 50 to 600 basis points. Our yield income, $13.2 million. And now we will shift to our economic update and our investment outlook. Deputy.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. On the yield curve, I layered 3 different yield curves. The green is the current yield curve as of April 9th. Before I prepared this package, and you could see that the yield curve inverts at the 6 month to the 5-year. They're still relatively high interest that you're still gaining on them. You're getting between 541 at the 4 month, which is right now is a sweet spot, and I'll go over that in a little bit, to 452, 437 in the operational portfolio that we can invest out to for 5 years, and you're looking at 436 in the 10-year that we can invest in. Compared to last year, we're gaining quite a bit, substantially more in our portfolio. I did put 2014, 10 years ago, because we're one of the only counties in the state of New Mexico that has a core portfolio, which we can go out to 10 years. And meaning that if 10 years ago, we could have gotten a 10-year for 271, and for at least 8 years, we could have gotten that high income with the last 2 years being quite a bit differently opposed to the 3 and 4% that we can get now. So this is the benefit of having a core portfolio, and we're one of the few. I think Doña Ana is the only other one that has a core portfolio. So you can see we're getting a little bit more gains in that area. This is the famous dot plot chart that's been announced, and those of you that are watching, there's a Fed fund meeting going on today and tomorrow. This was the predictions of the Fed governors in December. You could see at the end of the year, it ended at 535. They were looking at a trend line of this year, 24, because they were announcing since November, I think October, November of last year, that there's going to be 6 rate cuts. Those of you that attend the investment committee meeting, I've stated several times that I don't see that happening at all in 2024, and I still don't. Looking at the Fed fund dot plot in 320, this was just before a lot of data came out. Majority of the governors are saying that that will end the year at about 460. They backpedaled after a lot of the data came in. Today, after this meeting, for instance, had to do with the CPI. And here's a line showing the CPI excluding food and how in energy, and then the red line is CPI excluding housing and energy. But they never put food in the mix, and that's something, or household operations. But they're starting to include that data in there now. Though this is a day after the last meeting, the whole market went red. Today, the S&P went down, I think 4% when I left here. So it's showing a representation of what's going on, because they just got data that the GDP went down, meaning that the growth is slowing down, which could equate to a recession. This is the IFMO monitor off of Bloomberg. This was April 17th. They're saying that the headline inflation is at 3.5. The target is at 2.0. If you look to the right, to the money supply, we still have a large supply of money in the system, with only 1.7 circulating in the system, meaning that there's money out there, but it's not going out anywhere but besides into necessities. The inflation this is a model what was captured in March. You looked at the categories of apparel increased, household operations increased, care of individuals and elderly at home, it raised 5.9%, and that's the most ever. Motor vehicle insurance, motor vehicle repair, video discs and other media that you buy over the airwaves of MP3s. Those went up 14%, and that's the most ever. And funeral expenses have went up. All these have been between 2020 and last year, so they've all gone up, and this is what's capturing a lot of that inflation. This is the WIRP chart. This is a probability chart of Fed fund cutbacks. Every month since they announced the 6 months, every month that it gets closer to the Fed fund or the Fed meeting date, it changes. This was in April 10th when I captured this one. You could see that the next probable rate cut will be in November. And that's starting to dwindle away as more figures are coming in that the Feds are going. So the dovish aspect that the Feds had is starting to look like they're going to need a hawkish, meaning that there could be either a rate hike coming up in the future to bend that inflation. I look at several different indexes. The treasurer kind of laughs at me at some of what I look at, but some of them they show when there is when the inflation hasn't come down yet. One of them is the egg market. And you can see from this slide, you can see the points of a recession. You could see the dot-com back in the early 2000s. You could see the housing, and you could see the 2020, and you could see where we're at now, and the egg prices haven't come down. You could see some stability in between 16 and 21, where it was still remained about $2.50 for a dozen, but since then it hasn't really come down to a stability level yet. Looking at to the CPI, you can see where they're almost mirroring each other. Again, this is one of the indices I look at. I look at that. I look at cardboards. She laughs at me because I look at socks and women's makeup, because as the prices go up, women tend to use less makeup and men seem to use more socks. That they don't reuse them. I know it sounds funny, but there's also I tell the pallet industry, when there's a slowdown in the making of pallets, you know that the GDP isn't going out. That means there's not enough demand for pallets anymore. So those are different indices that I watch, and this one of them that just pops out was the egg indice. When we stood here in November, this was the inflation rate in America. There was a lot of positivity, especially on TV, saying it's coming down. The ones that were down were in the Northeast and in the Rust Belt area are down. But you look now, those areas, it's still the Northeast, but you're looking at the East Coast and West Coast, still high stability, and we're 1/10 of a point off from being in the Texas area by the 3.5. So you can see that we're still in a high inflationary area. Could that mean that we'd be in a recession? Probably. We've been holding on so long with these high interest rates that there's nothing now that, especially with the price of labor, is going to really skyrocket it, meaning that we're paying more for labor so they can match prices of everyday goods. So that's called a wage price spiral. So we're kind of caught in that. That's one of the factors that they're weighing in right now. This is the old Lehman Brothers ticker for fixed income. This is pretty much what our snapshot looks like for what we can invest in. So we're still in a high bond market. Our yield to worst in a bond would be 4.98, 4% or almost 5%. This is the 30-year mortgage index, and it's weighing in. It's been hovering over 7% for the last few weeks. If the Feds raise the rates, these are going to track it. This also hurts homeowners that want to buy a home or refinancing. So this, like I said, high interest are good for governments investing, but it's a double-edged sword, because if you're doing a bond sale, the bond sales are more high. A Fed tool that they use that the Feds use is called Tyler's rule. That's a measurement of employment, inflation, and GDP. If in a perfect environment, this prediction is saying that the interest rate should be at 6.38 to tame the inflation right now. 2 years ago, I looked at this and it was saying that it should be at 8%. So we're still looking at about an 88 spot 88 spread between what the Tyler's rule is looking at and what the Fed rate is going now. Like I said, there's a meeting going on. I don't think they're going to cut interest rates right now. I still don't think they're going to hire them yet. But I think if inflation cannot bend, there's no other choice for them to raise it at one point or the other, and that would be the next Fed meeting, which would be in June. This is one point that could cause a softer landing if needed. Some of you may remember back in 21, I know a manager had asked this question a while back about recession and if there would be a soft landing. When we came out of COVID, there was a lot of jobs open, but there was no participation. That little square box there was an area of concern, but now you could see that it's coming closer together. Why is that? It's migration. A lot of the immigrants are working and they're filling that gap. So there's still a gap, and as you can see, there's still the labor supply isn't where it should be, but it's coming down. That could equate to a softer landing, but again, we still have the labor cost of labor is still pretty high. So this is the dot plot. What we're looking at. This is also in the green dots is where because I don't think where it's coming down. We're investing in these what we can invest in the red for the window of opportunity, to the blue, which would be to capture and anchor the higher interest rates before they start to come down. That's the benefit of having the 10-year, because you could put some of those higher interest rates to anchor in those higher rates for a more longer time. Again, we've been following, we look closely, we talk about this pretty much all the time. We know what we're looking at, what the future looks like. Wish we had a crystal ball to know, because right now they are offering 6% investments right now, fixed income, but they're 6%, what they call a 3.9, which is a 3-year 9 months. So meaning that if the interest rates go down, that will be called in 9 months. So you'll have 9-month opportunity of getting 6%. So we look at those and we see the benefits and see what we're going to be at in 6 months when they would get called, or 9 months when it would get called. So, do you want to read the strategy?
So our 6-month investment strategy: to invest and reinvest in short treasuries 1 month to 1.5 year window, to invest in coupons with sensible cash flow when available, to invest in Supra, CDs, and GSCs with sensible spreads over the treasury as fixed incomes are fading, and anchor higher interest rates by purchasing bullets to maintain a higher interest rate in the lower interest environments. This being our 6-month investment strategy. Is there any questions from?
Any questions? Don't see any questions.
Okay, action item, we need a motion.
Someone care to make a motion?
I'd like to make the motion to accept the 6-month investment strategy as presented by someone who will actually count pellets to make sure that we are making a good decision. Second.
Thank you,
Okay,
Commissioners.
movement by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No opposed? Well, very good, Treasurer. We
Thank you.
approve of your investment strategy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
And with that, we need motion to
Madam
adjourn.
Mr. Chair, I move to adjourn and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Green. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are reconvened as the Board of County Commissioners. And now we are going to look at the minutes from March 26th, 2024. Any comments, questions about the minutes?
Move to approve meeting minutes of March 26, 2024.
Second.
Okay, that was a motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, the minutes are approved. Number 4, consideration of proclamation. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you. So this is a resolution to call for a permanent ceasefire, release of all hostage, delivery of humanitarian aid, and affirmation of opposition to anti-Semitic and Islamophobic in the Gaza Strip. I brought this forward because of constituent requests. This was something that the constituents have reached out to me and asked for. I wanted to make sure that the Board of County Commissioners had a chance to read this. But I think it is pretty straightforward that we are concerned with what is happening in Israel, and it is an actuality affecting the entire world because of the suffering that is going on in Israel and the Gaza Strip. One person said, why are you commenting on this? And this board has a long history of sharing statements on issues happening throughout the world that impact our constituents here at home and in this moment. And we are advocating to our state and federal leaders to use their power to call for peace. And that is really what this resolution is about. It is about the call for peace. I completely am saddened by what is happening there. It is a biblical situation that we are in, and so much suffering is happening in the Middle East at this time that it is so important that we as the Board of County Commissioners take a minor stand. We do not have the ability to influence world decisions here, but I do feel that because of constituents' requests, we have the right and we should say that we are concerned for the humanity of our world and our communities. And so with that, I ask Commissioner Bustamante to say a few words also.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. I have to say that when I was initially asked to co-sponsor this by Commissioner Hanson, it took me back. It's like, well, we're a county. What are we doing? And it became very evident that we're an absolutely great company with over 100 municipalities and other governments who have done something similar, if not identical to this process. It is true that we actually do have some voice when we all work together. I think that if I were to bring up, or any of us were to bring up specific situations of when we saw this, or if that was what would happen, it would somehow insinuate that any portion of this war is okay for either side. The atrocity of what happened in October was abominable. It all continues to be. I would like to take this moment and thank Commissioner Hanson for asking me to co-sponsor this, because it gave me an opportunity to really reflect on this problem that we've had and look at the work of Rabbi Lynn Gottlieb, who said, "Let us build societies that are able to coexist in a dignified way, in a way that protects life. Let us come together and remain hopeful as we defend and care for the earth and all of its spirits and living beings." Another quote by Rabbi Lynn Gottlieb: "Militarism will never transform conflict, protect children from harm, or create lasting peace." Those words are deep, and they start here. They start wherever they are heard. Militarism has not ever, and I know that that's ever and nevers and always should never be used. I just used the word never again. But the bottom line is, it has never proven that going in with violence and militarism creates more peace. To the contrary, it's when peace starts, is when the peace actually happens. It's after the militarism, and this isn't necessary. So I am grateful for the opportunity to co-sponsor this with you and to bring it forward so that the commission can see this, so that our communities can see this, because I'm grateful to hear from community, as we have since it was put on the agenda, about feelings and thoughts about what is happening. It does affect us in our neighborhoods in Santa Fe, New Mexico. People here have family members there. So thank you, Commissioner. The call for peace is important. It's warranted. Citizenry doesn't thrive when the extremes are taking the lead. Thank you.
Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate from one side us calling for peace, but I don't know that a resolution has any effect, as you mentioned. I don't know if this resolution is accurate in the sense that we've never, as far as I can tell, put a request like this. I asked for some research regarding this, and if a resolution similar to this was done in the past, and this resolution says that we did do something in the past, but I see no proof, and I would have liked to have seen a reference to that in something that we had done in the past, as our board had done in the past, and then, in fact, maybe seeing some results of this. We can talk up here. Our constituents and the taxpayers ask us to come up here and get things done. And talking is great and is nice to get on your bully pulpit, but honestly, I'm here to get some action done. I really don't think a resolution is the right method of this. Resolution is an internal document. We can deliver this letter to our delegation and so on, but we could have delivered a letter to them and not a resolution. And so I think this is the wrong vehicle. In terms of hearing from constituents, I heard from constituents, not only my constituents, but some of your own constituents from other districts that said, boy, this is completely inappropriate. And I don't know if they reached out to you, but they reached out to me. And so, it doesn't mean that I am for the militarism there. In fact, I am not. I'm completely aghast by what happened on October 7th. And I think that the Israeli government is overplaying its hand. But again, it is not the appropriate method for us to bring peace to this. If we want to go over there and do it, I ask you to do it, not to just talk about it. And so I'm really think that this is inappropriate considering our position here on the board. I wish we had better methods to do this, but maybe that should have been discussed previously. Thank you for the discussion, but I really do think that this is an inappropriate method.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you. Something like this is always tough because this particular resolution was well written, and I am fully in support of pushing for peace in the Middle East. Totally in support of it. And what's happening to women and children in Gaza is horrible. What happened on the beginning of October was horrible. But it's not a straightforward situation. And the truth is we haven't, interestingly, have some similar concerns in that we don't make a point of doing this. I want to point out that nobody was motivated to bring a resolution for peace and not bombing women and children and committing genocide in Ukraine, which is way more, at least as much similar suffering. Part of the reason there is so much push for this is because of the sudden swell of activism, which is in part really well motivated and in part really poorly motivated. You know, it's the activism is a combination of river to the sea, as well as you shouldn't be bombing Palestinians because of what Hamas did. I mean, so it's a mix. And no matter how well written this is, one of my concerns is that it will be taken as support of that kind of activism, which includes death to Americans as well as death to Israelis, because the extremists, not the people who are well motivated, and it has like I say, it has nothing to do with being for military at all, for military responses to something that should be negotiated, and should be done in a way that preserves life, but the fact is there are those overtones as well. So I just have similar concerns. I too have had nobody reach out to me to ask for this, but many people reach out to me and show appreciation for the fact that we are not trying to address a really complex, multifaceted issue in a simplistic way. That was the way it was expressed, because it can be so easily misunderstood. And so I am conflicted about what to do, because I fully agree with the intent and respect the intent, and not only the intent of the Commissioner Hansen and Commissioner Bustamante in bringing this forward, but in the words they said up here. That's not my concern, is the way it then gets perceived as supporting the kind of activism and violence that is going on, that is misdirected, not just anti-Semitic, not just anti-Semitic, but well, I'll leave it at that. It gets very deep.
Yeah, I have similar concerns. I certainly agree with the intent of the resolution, but I have many people like Commissioner Green who have expressed concerns about the resolution. I think people who are Jewish feel threatened by this, even though it is not worded that way. It may be seen, as Commissioner Hamilton said, as supporting one side or the other, when it's really just supporting peace, which of course I support peace for sure. I mean, I guess what I would do is vote for it, but with concerns that I don't want anyone to feel that this is anything except for asking the people in the Middle East to get along and live together in peace.
And I think that is what the resolution says. I don't believe that it takes sides on any side. As somebody who was on the front lines of the anti-war movement in the 60s, in the 70s, on Vietnam, I am well aware of the diversity that can be created. I have been in the streets, like many of the young protesters today, and I understand how passionate they can feel about a situation. And what I learned from that, and what has driven me to be an elected official, is to make sure that people are allowed to have their expressions heard on a governmental level, because that is where things get changed. And I respect all my fellow commissioners up here, but I think that it is important to take a stand and say we believe in peace. We believe in negotiations. We believe in dialogue. Those are the things that are important. Those are the ways that we are going to solve the world's problems. Those are the ways we are going to solve our own problems right here in Santa Fe, right here in New Mexico. And so with that, I would like to make a motion to approve this resolution.
Second.
Okay, any further questions? Commissioner Green?
I reiterate my concern that this is an inappropriate method for this. We may be all peace-loving people up here on this board. I would argue that all 5 of us are peace-loving, but I think that this highlights more of the concern of what Israel is doing and is going to be perceived as a wrong solution for both in the vehicle, and part of it is written somewhat, forcefully at pointing fingers at Israel. Again, I
disagree with that.
Well, that's fine. Thank you for interrupting. But the profound concern about the support of certain governments for Israel's strategy of warfare, I do have some concerns about that. I do not think the Netanyahu administration is doing the right thing by this, but I do not think that it is our place as a county commission to be doing that. If you, as a commissioner, feel like writing a letter to President Biden or the State Department, feel free. Just please do not put my name on it. I can voice my own way, but a resolution asking the treasurer not to invest or to divest county assets might be something that is internally focused and appropriate to what we are asked to do up here. But to ask us to deliver this out there is going to be perceived as sticking our head into something that we shouldn't be in, and that is, I guess it is your right to put this forward, and I'm very disappointed that you're posturing this way. But this is you. Congratulations and best of luck. I'm just somewhat offended by the putting this out there for all of us to have to vote on.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, it's unfortunate because this is yet more of the demonstration of divisiveness that has come with this situation. And I don't believe in my heart of hearts, and the fear, the creation of trauma and the disgust that comes from being on either side is exactly where I think 2 nights ago my heart was going, and that not being the intent at all. I am grateful to have the opportunity to join right now over 100 localities, like both, I have approximately 70 municipalities and county governments, in joining with them in a voice that says there's a bigger way to get along. So it's not in any interest, it wouldn't serve anyone to hold either extreme perspective, because the extremists are running the show. So to take offense buys into one of them, some way, wherever you take the offense from. The goal is to stop the anguish, stop the disturbance and the trauma that we have felt since, and I've not been alive that long, but since the 40s, that was horrific, that had to do something to answer these questions. And since then, not ever having been able to come up with an answer. We can't be disgusted by calls for peace. We need to step in and find out how to find that peace. I beg. I'm sorry, that's the only truth. But that's not the intent. So I think our opportunity, I'm sorry that you wouldn't be a part of it, and that's your right, but to stand with the other municipalities and localities who have passed this, including Chicago, name them, I mean, many of them, I can't start it, I just remember Chicago. But to be able to stand with that group that says, we are on board with peace, we have to find ways to get there, I'm amenable. No one's trying to offend anyone. To the contrary, that's the extremes winning out again. And I'm, amen. Like, that's where it comes.
Mr. Green?
Mr. Chair, thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. Did you read the other 70 resolutions? Were they resolutions? Were they proclamations? Were they just letters of support for a ceasefire, or were they actually resolutions with the same language of this? Or are they, there are some 3,000 counties and jurisdictions in the United States, I think more, but I once heard that number. 70 is a very small fraction, and I guess you could be asking for momentum to build towards this, but I have heard some that are way out of line and some that are much, probably softer on this issue. So I understand the call for peace, and I appreciate the call for peace. I just think that this is the wrong mechanism. That's really my issue here.
So, Mr. Chair, 70 cities have passed resolutions by the end of January 2024. I'm trying to... As of March 2024, resolutions have passed over in 100 localities, including major cities of Atlanta, Chicago, Dayton, Detroit, Minneapolis, Providence, Sacramento, Seattle, St. Paul, St. Louis, San Francisco, and Toledo. So resolutions seem to be the process and the avenue. Our city of Santa Fe has also introduced a resolution that I think is even a little more strongly worded than this resolution. Not that I am copying their resolution anyway. I used a resolution that was sent to me by constituents, and we modified it to be more equal across the board. And, it says that we are, the most important thing is that we are as a call for peace. And with that, I would like to call for the vote.
Okay. Mr. Hamilton, did you?
Yeah, I did. It's very difficult not to disagree with the fact that this is not a common thing for us to do. But that's not even the most important thing. Your intent is, our intent your intent in the way you have this written is one thing. What it's supporting, what it will go out and support, is an entirely different thing, potentially. And what most of the movement, I mean, you likened the demonstrations that are happening to the anti-Vietnam War demonstrations, and they are not necessarily similar. And it's naive to think that they are. Things are very different today. Nobody demonstrated back in the 70s. We're calling for death to Americans because we were in Vietnam. Nobody was calling for an end to civil rights for certain kinds of Americans because we were in Vietnam. Now, there are a lot of things going on in this particular movement that are unacceptable. And I have a problem knowing that we might be asking for the right thing, but it's supporting some misguided activism. And there are other ways to do it. And once again, it's like, it's really wonderful. You have to ask, why are constituents more concerned about this genocide than all the, it's not genocide yet, thank God, but hopefully everything has to stop. But why are we more concerned about this than the Ukrainians, the Rohingyas? Should I go on? We don't make a point of doing this for exactly the reason that it would be almost an endless task. And so activism in this regard is really wonderful, but I plan on abstaining because I have a problem with how this is going to be perceived and what it says to some of our constituents.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, in the interest of correcting the note of history, exactly 44 years ago to the day, the building that was at Columbia, the building that was taken over was just taken over exactly 44 years ago to the day.
What are you correcting in
during-
my statement? 'Cause-
During the Vietnam War?
Yes,
That
this
it was
taking
very,
over
very
buildings is
comparable.
common.
And
Perhaps
there-
we should just,
Yeah, I just to
Taking
be,
over buildings has nothing to do with what's different between the protest then and the protest now.
And-
Mechanisms and what
I
was
will
being
say
said
that there
are
have been
totally different.
conversations now in the Atlantic and nationwide about the comparisons to both the Vietnam and what's happening now. And sadly, there were calls for death to Americans while we were in Vietnam. So I wouldn't think it would be completely clear to say that they're very different. It's unfortunate. It's common that college students are the most radical in their gathering of their voice. But
Fair to a
that's
point.
just an observation in stating that it was brought to my attention that taking over the highest academic building at Columbia was 44 years ago to the day, which was
Not sure it's
comparison-
relevant. Appreciate the point. Not sure
Relevant
it's
to
I
the
called for the
comparison.
vote,
yeah,
so.
let's, so Commissioner Hanson made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I'm abstaining.
And I'd like to abstain as well.
Okay, so 3 yeses, 2 abstains. It passes. Thank you, everybody. And we will move on.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to provide that resolution number.
Yes.
That resolution is 2024053.
Thank you very much. And that takes us to the consent agenda. Is any items that people would like to remove from the consent agenda?
Move to approve the agenda, consent agenda as put up there on the agenda.
Second?
Motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the consent agenda is passed, and we're going to need a few more resolution numbers.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Item 5A is 2024054. 5E is 2024055. 5F is 2024056. 5G is 2024057. 5H is 2024058. And 5I is 2024059.
Thank you very much. And then we will go to appointments and reappointments, of which there are none today. So miscellaneous action items, number 7. First will be number A, final order for Sierra Vista subdivision.
And, Mr. Chair, if I could just interject for a second, this is only on miscellaneous action items as opposed to the consent agenda because the vote was not unanimous. So staff is here to answer any questions about the final order, but did not intend to make a presentation for those reasons. So again, staff is here if there are questions of the board relative to the order.
Okay, can I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstained? Okay, passed unanimously. And that's not a resolution. Number B, resolution approving the county health plan. So that would be Rachel O'Connor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Rachel O'Connor with the Community Services Department. I would like to also state that this proposal is put forward in tandem with our Santa Fe County Health Policy and Planning Commission, and our current chair, Stephen Berkshire, is with us today. I'd like to acknowledge him in the audience. Mr. Chairman, this is the second Santa Fe County Health Action Plan that we've initiated since my tenure at the county over 12 years ago. And the first really led us up to the pre-COVID time, and was based on a community needs assessment that we had done starting in 2011. To date, the Santa Fe County staff working in conjunction with the Health Policy and Planning Commission members to outline new priorities, some of which were contained in the old plan, some of which are new priorities in the Health Action Plan, and are putting those forward today. I would like to say that there were a series of documents that were reviewed, including the Christus Community Health Needs Assessment, the Presbyterian Community Health Needs Assessment, the YRRS, and multiple department health documents that contributed to the development of the plan, as did some presentations made to the Health Policy and Planning Council about healthcare priorities in Santa Fe County. I'm going to go briefly over the highlights of the plan and point out what's different. I would like to say that it is compatible with the Santa Fe County strategic plan, and I won't belabor those issues that you've already approved within that plan. It's also compatible with the Community Services Department multiple plans, including the Senior Services Strategic Plan, the Behavioral Health Strategic Plan, the DWI Strategic Plan, and others. Mr. Chairman, this really outlines about 7 areas, and I'm going to talk just briefly about those areas and try to abbreviate my comments. Some of the highlights in the first, which is increase access to social determinant of health support, which means healthcare, food, housing, utilities, safety, environmental needs. This really refers to our Connect program and expanding Connect in a manner that serves as many people as possible in Santa Fe County. The Connect program has served as a model. I believe that Bernalillo County just, or the city of Albuquerque just signed on to Connect. And multiple other jurisdictions, Doña Ana, we have multiple areas across the state that we are connected with. The state of New Mexico is also rolling out the Connect program. I think the unique thing that I noted within the development of the plan, or in the process of developing the plan, is when we started this years ago, our vision was to take all the divisions that we had at the Community Services Department and wed and weave them through the connective tissue of the Connect program, so that Connect served as a centralized program to provide services to people with behavioral health needs, people with health needs, senior services, and youth services. And I'm pleased to say that this plan does achieve that. We are expanding our Connect program in ways that are large and small, but significant. For example, we have added as a contractor Life Circle, who provides cognitive supports or supports to people, to seniors with cognitive issues. They now can be supported through the Connect program. We are increasing food distribution in tandem with some of the strategic plan priorities that were identified by this commission. We are trying to maximize our ability to provide food out into the community. Mr. Chairman, the second priority is reducing substance use related harms in Santa Fe County. You're well aware that New Mexico has the highest rate of alcohol-involved fatalities, alcohol-involved fatalities. We also have the 6th highest rate of overdose deaths. We continue to prioritize these issues as we had in 2010, but with much more ammunition. And so some of the things that are included in the plan would include what is now our law enforcement assisted diversion program named Engage. In addition to that, We have just funded 2 new programs, one with LifeLink, which is the RISE program. We are also funding Innovate and Educate to work with people that are transitioning out of the detention center to maximize employment opportunities for them here at the county. So we continue to have a focus on substance use related harms in multiple ways in Santa Fe County. I would like to just state that we continue as well to reduce other substance use related deaths. For example, we are working in tandem with the Public Safety Department, who is part of the Building Bridges program, which is looking at alternative ways to provide medication-assisted treatment at the Santa Fe County Detention Center. We're meeting with multiple providers externally to try to build up a community-based program that will meet people's needs once they are released from the detention center program. We also are continuing our harm reduction programs out of the Youth Services Division. Increasing behavioral health supports. I'm going to talk about this. I have it broken up in the plan between adults and youth. We continue to build out the La Sala Center. For example, we added assertive community treatment to the array of services that people can get. That's the most intensive external program that can be provided on an outpatient basis to people with severe behavioral health issues. So we now have a very robust continuum of crisis services in Santa Fe County for people that are experiencing a behavioral health crisis. We've continued to partner with our federally qualified health centers to stabilize the network in Santa Fe County as well. And we are in the process in the Youth Services Division of developing new programming for Santa Fe County youth. As I've mentioned previously, the incredible rise in anxiety and depression amongst youth, not just in Santa Fe County, but across New Mexico and across the country, is alarming. We are working with CYFD, and I believe today released a request for proposals to develop or to provide startup funding for a youth mobile crisis and stabilization services. We are in the process of hiring to develop a youth case management program out of CSD. Chanel is in the process of making final decisions on her first hire. And we are also reaching out and developing, hopefully in partnership with an agency, increased family services so that family members as well as adolescents can receive support through this process. Mr. Chairman, I think the things that are new that are included within that plan, and certainly all of those are new programs that I've talked about, is we included in here a goal, and I call it Develop Immediate Humanitarian Response Network. Certainly during COVID, as our Health Services Director, Jennifer Romero, stated earlier, CSD played a very active role in providing transportation, utility support, rent support, supports of all sorts of kinds to people that were without resources during the COVID pandemic. We created in many ways the Connect network to do that. We would like to work in conjunction with other county departments to develop a plan so that we are ready as an entire department to provide those services should we have a crisis event that occurs, whether it's a climate crisis, a pandemic, or an act of violence that changes our community and needs service. The other new thing in the Health Action Plan is providing the awareness of the public health harms due to climate change. We have received some education. We'll continue to educate ourselves as staff members and as health policy and planning commissions about the public health impacts of the rising temperatures that we're perceiving here in the county. We applied for and received specific funds to redo, for example, our HVAC centers so that this year we can have consistent cooling areas for seniors. We are certainly looking at how we inform the public about these kinds of events and can continue to work in conjunction with, for example, CDD, Public Works, and other departments that are invested in climate change issues. Mr. Chairman, the last couple of priorities, which are 6 and 7, are really internal priorities of CSD. The first is to diversify our funding. We're serving as the state's model on Connect. We get very little state funding for Connect. And we did receive, thanks to Representative Skapansky, we did receive funding this year for our senior services program. We received some limited funding for Connect. We have also received congressionally directed spending funding for our program that serves as our law enforcement assisted diversion program. We are continuing to apply for funding so that we can reduce county spending and continue to work with other funders so that our programs are sustainable over time. And we've been very successful in that in the past year. And then last of all, but not least of all, increasing transparency and evaluation. We have hired evaluators. We're in the process of hiring the University of New Mexico to evaluate Connect over a 3-year time period. We have hired Aspen Solutions to work with us on evaluation of our DWI program. We have multiple programs that are currently being evaluated. Written into those contracts is the need to work with us to determine exactly what data we should be collecting, incorporate in our internal processes for evaluation of our programs, and improvement where it's necessary. I know that's a lot. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Certainly, Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you for. It's one of the things that I am the proudest of is the work that you have done at community service during my time here at the county. I am incredibly honored to know such hardworking individuals in your department. Community Services is providing something that is a model. You got an award from the National Association of Counties for your work on Connect. Connect is something that we can all be incredibly, incredibly proud of. And this next reiteration of the Health Action Plan is just shows how important it is to provide these kind of services in the community. And
Thank you.
Like the Engage, the Rise, working with LifeLink, working with making sure we have the ability for transition from the jails. All of those things are so important to our constituents and to us up here on the dais that it's really makes me just proud to be part of Santa Fe County and to have this as an example of the state. Thank you for including climate change because that is a real issue. I know myself during the summer, I cannot function very well because of the heat and because it is so much hotter here. And after living here for 50 years, I know the difference. I never would even think of having air conditioning in my house, but now it is a thought to have air conditioning, and that is scary to me because it's only going to get worse until until we decarbonize the planet, until we really make strong strides in that direction. And so I can't thank you enough for doing this hard work, to your entire staff. I see Jennifer sitting here. I see a number of other people. I think hiring Ann Ryan was a great move. I think she's in the audience too. And, you know, and I apologize to anybody else I'm not mentioning, but all of you that are here, I can see you all. You know, I think that it's something I'm grateful for. So I just want to express that from my heart. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, Mr. Bustamante.
Okay. Rachel, this is excellent, and I'm really grateful as well. I really see such a comprehensive picture here, and, you know, having spent a lifetime and having accessed the county public health resources that I think used to be right behind Salvador Pettis Pool, what you're doing now is just really dynamic and meeting so many aspects of how we will be there for both our youth, the judicially involved, looking to all points of our community and where we can provide support. I just have to commend you on this effort. It is exceptional, and it has been since day one. And when I started seeing what you're doing, the thing that I also have to bring up, and I had sent it to the county manager immediately when a neighbor was having some issues. His son was having some mental health problems, and he sent me a text, and I flew it to the county manager, so I hope that you heard it. But he said, wow, if there's anything that you can do to make sure La Sala has everything they need, this is a lifesaver. And every entity, NAMI, everyone you're connected with here, it's life-changing. Like, these aren't just superficial, these are life-changing things that help people get on their feet and be productive in society again. So thank you for all your good work, Rachel. I'm sincere.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Rachel, and thank you to the whole CSD crew for putting this together and the hard work that you guys do day in and day out. It's pretty impressive, and actually, I think one of the real high-performing aspects of Santa Fe County that I'm the most proudest, pardon my poor grammar. I look at this and I see it as pretty comprehensive, and I want to, acknowledge that I think that this is a very nice, tight document. I kind of wonder about places where Santa Fe County can support sort of, I would say, proactive youth engagement, right? So before we even get to the point where a youth is in trouble, at that point we're almost late, right? And so these are the things that working, whether it's with the school districts in our area, or looking at those after-school programs, and the things that sort of keep kids out of trouble and give them something to thrive under, and that might be filling the gaps that the schools don't, right? So, we have the schools that are, scaled back a lot of their programs, their after-school programs, and I'm wondering if that's a place that we could look at, maybe obviously not in this iteration of this, but as a founder, co-founder of Warehouse 21 back in the day, Santa Fe, has created a lot of great artists, and a lot of great artists went through Warehouse 21. Mm-hmm. And the fact that the city, and maybe to a lesser extent the county, but had pulled its support, forcing Warehouse 21 to close, has created a gap in the arts education and engagement for youth. And it was a very alternative arts program. I mean, it gave you a spray paint can and taught you how to be a graffiti artist. But you know what? Constructive graffiti is sometimes better than destructive idle time. And I'm wondering where something that is sort of proactive fits in this program, in this health action plan, to say, try to find those ways to engage kids before it's too late.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I'm really glad you brought that up. We actually do have some programming dollars that we spend on proactive things through our teen court program. But it has been on my mind for two reasons. One is that I had lunch yesterday with Cynthia Delgado, who works for NDI. And NDI does a terrific job of promoting joy amongst children. And I think that there is widespread recognition that the experience of joy is not something we see like we used to. And programs like that do support that kind of joy and play. The second thing is the Surgeon General's report on loneliness and the issues that surround it, and the expanded need, certainly amongst our youth, but also amongst our senior services, to promote community engagement wherever possible. And so that's on my mind, and we do consider that inclusive in our plans and are looking for ways to support those programs. We support NDI some now, but other programs that we have, particularly amongst the arts, we are interested in. So thank you.
Thank you. And if I just can follow on. So I appreciate the things like NDI. Don't get me wrong. NDI is a great example, is a fantastic example of a program, but it's a niche, right? It is one of the niches, and there's a lot of niches that need to be engaged. And sometimes it's sports, right? It's not like, oh, I want to be a football player, right? Because team sports organized at the high school level is one level of stuff, but it's for the kids that are the casual sports players or the casual artists, right? So it's amazing that we have the School for the Arts, the Santa Fe School for the Arts, or New Mexico School for the Arts here located in Santa Fe. But because that school is pretty selective, it only can have an impact on a couple hundred kids. And we need those sort of casual drop-in gateways to the arts and gateways to dance. And NDI does that for movement, and that's wonderful, but is still pretty organized. And it's the Warehouse 21 as an example that is allowed kids to just pop in and not be a member or not be have to go through some entrance exam to prove that they're going to be an artist at the end of their life or for their career, that we need to sort of work on these casual opportunities for kids to drop in, discover something that they like in a broad-based sort of like, oh, who are you? Oh, I'm not a fine artist. I'm a musician, or I'm a curator, right? It's these sort of free-form programs that I think that we need to work on, both here in Santa Fe at the heart of the county, but also in all of our districts where we have youth. I think that that's one of those programs that we need to look at. But I'm glad it's in here. I'd love to talk to you about how we can support that in the future. Tell me how we can help. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'd have to add my own comment, which is that as when I was working with homeless people, almost everybody I housed was basically disabled, behavioral health disabled. And I think we need to continue working toward solutions that combine behavioral health services with housing, because otherwise people can't control their behavioral health if they don't have a place to live.
Mr. Chairman, I agree. And behavior and housing, I should have pointed out, is one of the overarching, we also recognized overarching issues. It's an overarching issue embedded within our plan because it impacts all of our divisions. It impacts youth services, it impacts behavioral health, and it impacts senior services. Housing is one of the most difficult things to solve for us when we're reaching out and working with vulnerable populations. And we continue to work on it, certainly Jennifer, with real grit and hopes that we can move the needle.
Thank you. Let's see, do we need to approve the yes.
To approve the resolution adopting the Santa Fe County Health Action Plan for FY 24-29.
Okay,
Second.
motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Hanson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, sorry.
What?
Aye.
Aye.
That's what.
Okay, it passed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I provide that resolution number for you?
Yes,
It is 2024060.
thank you. Next, we have the resolution authorizing the county to apply for Federal Home Loan Bank of Dallas for up to $2 million. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here before you today to request approval of this resolution authorizing the county to apply for up to $2 million from the Federal Home Loan Bank of Dallas for each phase of the Nueva Sequia affordable housing development there on Camino de Jacobo. Each year, the Federal Home Loan Bank provides affordable housing program grant awards to affordable housing projects within various bank regions within the U.S. The Federal Home Loan Bank grant awards provide $35,000 in gap financing per unit of affordable housing provided, with a maximum award of up to $2 million. FHLB grants provide significant source of finance, gap financing for affordable housing projects all across the U.S. and traditionally affordable multifamily housing projects created through the tax credit program have been the largest recipients of those awards. FHLB grant requirements, as far as compliance, mirror those of the tax credit program itself. So what we would already be doing for tax credit compliance would also apply to FHLB, and really FHLB would view an award for a tax credit or reduced compliance monitoring project. As this board is aware, the county is moving forward with the Nueva Sequia affordable housing development. We have gone out to RFP for a development partner that we are in negotiations with now to aid us in the development of this project. And as proposed, that project would include 2 phases of development, including a 4% phase and a 9% phase. The 4% phase being for families, the 9% phase being for seniors, with a set aside for permanent supportive housing within both of those developments, as well as a 15% set aside for market rate units to get a good income mixing. In preparing for this application, staff met with the Nueva Sequia development team to include our consultant, Project Moxie. We've also had discussions with the development partner, TWG, as well as staff from the Federal Home Loan Bank of Dallas, to try to determine if this project, well, one, what the application process would be like, but two, how competitive this project could potentially be. And staff believe that each phase of this project would be competitive for a number of reasons. First, additional application points for the FHLB are awarded if the applicant is a government entity or the housing project is sponsored by a government entity, which is the case here. Additional application points are awarded if the land is donated or leased to a development partner at below market rates by a local government, and a land lease is likely part of the proposal here as well. Thirdly, additional application points would be provided if the project is solely within the state of New Mexico, because New Mexico is the most underserved market within the entire Dallas region for these type of awards. And in 2023, all awards in this region were for tax credit projects. So the very nature of this project and the type of project that we're proposing certainly makes it competitive. All applications for the FHLB grant are due to the FHLB Dallas office by May 1st. In anticipation of that, we have compiled the application. It is there and in place and ready to submit if we receive approval. In addition, we also had to identify a member bank to actually review the application prior to its submission. And through recommendations from our development partner, TWG, we've identified Southwest Capital Bank in Albuquerque to go ahead and do that. As far as process from this point forward, if the application was submitted, that would not obligate the county to take the funding. We were notified on or about October of 2024, the notification for awards for projects would go out, assuming that the county decided to accept the grant and the terms of the grant agreement. That grant agreement would be need to be executed by the end of the calendar year. Subsequent to that, we would have 4 years to expend all affordable housing program grant funds. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand for any questions.
Mr. Chair.
Any questions? Mr. Hanson?
Thank you, Jordan, for bringing this forward. Since Nueva Ecija is in District 2, I am going to make a motion to authorize Santa Fe County to apply to the Federal Home Loan Bank of Dallas for up to $2 million in grant funding through the Federal Home Loan Bank Affordable Housing Program. This is something that I'm, think is really important what we are doing at Nueva Ecija, and thank you for finding this resource and being able to apply for the grant. And obviously, it's incredibly timely since tomorrow is May 1st. So I definitely want to move this forward. So with that, I made a motion.
And I'd second this, but I'd like to be clear that this is a two-part application, and it is $2 million for each phase, not just
Right.
one. No, I know, but you didn't say each phase, so I just want to make sure that the motion says that you're applying for both. So I will second.
Yes, we are applying for both.
Yes.
Okay, motion by Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Very good, Jordan. You have your permission, and we'll get a resolution number.
So go forth.
Yes, go home. Go hit send, please.
Mr. Chair, that resolution number is 2024061.
Thank you. And then, Jordan, I think this next thing is yours also.
Yes, Mr. Chair, it is me again. And for this particular action item, the Housing Division is requesting approval of a resolution adopting the Santa Fe County Home Rehabilitation and Energy Efficiency Program. So for some background in regards to this particular program, on July 25th, 2023, the BCC approved Resolution 2023-83 and Ordinance 2023-05. Those documents formally adopted the county's new affordable housing plan, as well as its housing assistance grants and loan ordinance. Those documents were put together to ensure they were in compliance with state statutes, primarily the New Mexico Affordable Housing Act and the New Mexico Affordable Housing Act rules, and were reviewed and approved by MFA. In addition, the plan itself looked at a wide array of community needs as it relates to housing. One side of that spectrum was how do we promote additional housing production in the county, and that's a very important item. But one other area that it also addressed is how do we preserve current and existing affordable housing? And that is also critical, specifically for seniors and particularly in the more rural areas of the county, but across the county nonetheless. And the rehab program is really designed at just that, to address the preservation of affordable housing within Santa Fe County. As designed, the program would provide one-time grants for each qualified grantee and affordable home for up to $50,000. And those grants would cover a number of different types of projects that really address preserving affordable housing. The first one is residential rehabilitation projects that would really be aimed at addressing the building envelope of the residence, so roofs, stucco, windows. Those projects, one, increase energy efficiency, and there may be some additional funding sources that are available to address those outside of just affordable housing funds or county general funds. But in addition, putting a new roof and stucco on a unit extends the useful life of the property by quite some time and really mitigates a lot of other interior issues you may have within a unit once those systems are upgraded. Secondly, an eligible expense would be allowing for energy efficiency upgrades of affordable homes, including the installation of solar panels, high efficiency furnaces and water heaters, low flow toilets, aerators, faucets and fixtures, and smart thermostats. So that covers the energy efficiency component to a degree. Thirdly, it would also cover residential connections to public utilities. So qualifying residents in the county that were currently on well and septic system and had the ability to hook into a public utility but did not have the means for the infrastructure costs associated with doing that could apply to a grant to get that done. And lastly, it covers residential hazard remediation and mitigation projects. And this can include a number of things. So the traditional items usually are abatement of lead-based paint, asbestos, mold, particularly because the county, and there's quite a bit of the population in rural areas. We would also cover testing and remediation for groundwater contaminants for those homes on domestic wells. And lastly, more so on the mitigation side, a person with disabilities could apply to the program to modify the interior of their home, specifically for ADA modifications to make that unit more accessible or that residence more accessible for current residents. Also, as structured, this program would cover low to moderate income households. So traditionally, the low income definition is a federal definition, and that is 80% of AMI or below. But this program would go up to 100% of AMI for qualifying grantees.
Mr. Chair, so just to make sure, and I mentioned this before, but it will include utility hookups of sewers and grinder pumps and well testing and well metering.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, yes, that is the intent. Though that is not spelled out explicitly, either through hazard mitigation for the well concerns or residential hookups to public utilities, those broadly would cover those types of projects.
Mr. Chair Jordan, so this means that it would also include, I'm just trying to understand, hazard mitigation for contaminated well water. If filtration is deemed to be useful, this could apply to that.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, yes, that is correct. And I guess that brings me sort of to the next point, which is where we are in the process. And so the application for this particular program has already been drafted. And we have been working specifically with some of the issues. And within CTD, we realize that there are some significant community needs right now. And we have had discussions both internally and with the purchasing division. And we are ready to get out subcomponents of this program, specifically hazard mitigation and building envelope issues relatively quickly. And that application can get out to the community within the next couple weeks.
Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jordan. I really appreciate this program. One of the things that I kind of, obviously it's too late for this sort of thing right now, but I wonder if there was a way to make a sort of ranked level of thing, like a flat $50,000 for a program has its benefits, no doubt, but if hazard mitigation is eligible for $10,000, but if you are going to put a new roof on your house, $10,000. But if you're going to put a roof on your house and add energy efficiency to it, that you would then get a bump, right? And so that we would start to prioritize the type of work, especially when it's a capital sort of improvement project that has a lifespan much longer than just some minor upgrade or maintenance, that we might look at doing a revision to this soon that has hey, we've got, if you're going to do high efficiency or more environmentally sensitive or more strategically prioritize things, that we might be able to have a ranking system to say, look, we encourage you to fix your house, no doubt, but if you do it in an energy efficient way, you would get twice as much money or whatever the right amount is. And I'm just wondering if there is a discussion about that, or if you've ever thought about that, that we might be able to implement that in the future.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, thank you for that. And I do agree. And we certainly, when putting this program together, we reached out to other local governments that operate similar programs to have discussions about best practices. Though that is certainly a consideration in terms of coming back. And I think a lot of what we'll learn from this program is once it gets implemented, and what are better ways to do it, and how can we amend the program to make it better. And to my knowledge, there is not a rehabilitation program in the state of New Mexico that is as comprehensive as this. So one, it's a good thing because it meets a wide array of community needs. But two, I think there will be a learning process, and there will be opportunities for us to address whether it's a tiered system or how do we incentivize things, and then of course make those recommendations and bring them back to the board for adjustments.
I would love to see that, because whether it's for water purification in an area where there might be like the La Cienega community that needs this, right? That's a great health, right? So that might score higher, right? and things that are safety, that's on one level. Just maintenance, that's another level. Just sort of prioritizing things in a way that encourages people to be health, safety, efficient first. Yeah. Thank you.
Anyone else? I think this is a really important program, and we got to get it launched quickly so that we can get people's water tested and treated.
Mr. Chair. Yes, I think it's been a long time coming. I'm happy to see it finally arrive, and probably most likely, they'll still have to meet SLDC standards, right? So that in and of itself creates a certain level of efficiency, and because they will be meeting the SLDC. So I think that's an important thing to point out. Thank you.
Somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve a resolution adopting the Santa Fe County Home Rehabilitation and Energy Efficiency Program, regulating and providing for the provision of housing assistance grants to support all or a portion of the cost for a residential rehabilitation project, energy efficiency, residential connections to public utility systems, and residential hazard remediation or migration. Mitigation, including Americans with Disability Act home modifications for qualified affordable housing pursuant to the county's Affordable Housing Plan, Santa Fe County Ordinance 2023-05, the New Mexico Affordable Housing Act, and the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority Act rules.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Hansen's motion, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. You have
Good job, guys.
this too, Jordan.
Thank you.
I notice it's 4 o'clock, and I've been told that I can declare a 10-minute adjournment for...
No, not adjournment, break.
Not adjournment. Technically, it's just a break.
Break.
10-minute break.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We don't miss anything.
Mr. Chair, can I give that resolution number real quick before we break? So that resolution number is 2024062.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
Employees who refrain from using their sick leave period for over a period of 6 months. That will be discontinued, and we will now allow employees to use sick leave in as small of increments as 1 minute, so that it will be more advantageous for them to use their sick leave instead of not using sick leave. We need people to, if they are not well, be able to take that day off and not feel like they're being penalized, but they can take it off in smaller increments now. We are also proposing a change to the educational leave in which we are not going to require in-person classes. We will now be able to have qualifying virtual classes qualify for their educational leave. So I would stand for any other questions or clarification you need.
Any questions? Commissioner Hanson.
So with this sick leave, would you just kind of explain Santa Fe County's family medical sick leave policy, if you can?
They're kind of two different things. Family medical leave is a federal program. We follow the federal leave policy of allowing 480 hours of family medical leave. It is paid only in the instance that the employee has available leave for paying that time off. It is still protected leave, but the employee uses either their sick leave, their annual leave, their comp time, or in the event that they do not have those, they are able to request donations under the donation policy.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments? What's the pleasure of the board?
No questions. I would motion to approve the resolution amending Resolution 2012-164, a resolution adopting the 2012 Santa Fe County Human Resources Handbook to replace the 2008 Santa Fe County Human Resources Handbook, to modify the social media policy, modify provisions and practices governing sick leave, and to expand the availability of educational leave.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. What's the resolution number?
Mr. Chair, that resolution number is 2024063.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'd also mention that this was supported by AFSCME 1782, our local union here.
Well, that's good.
Thank you.
Next will be a resolution adopting Santa Fe County 2024 MS4 Permit Stormwater Management Program Plan. Hello, Jacqueline Bean. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I have some added packet material for you.
That's another person to tell us. Okay. Thank you. My goodness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. And what I have handed out is slightly revised with some minor edits to page 2, section 1, which just details a little bit more of the plan itself as far as the target audience is concerned for the plan. And then also in the resolution, the references to the Exhibit A is directly in the resolution. And with that, I will also just state that unfortunately BHI, Sarah Ganley, our consultant with Bohannon Houston, is unable to be here today to present due to a family emergency, and so our thoughts are with her. And we have really valued her guidance, and as a resource, she is really, we use her a lot. So I hope everything goes well for her, and we will continue seeing her in the future. The Santa Fe County Sustainability Division, in an effort to comply with the federal MS4 required reporting and creation of an updated MS4 permit stormwater management program plan, spearheaded the procurement of consultant Bohannon Houston in May of 2022. Reporting requires significant operational data information from several departments, including Public Works, Growth Management, and educational outreach programs as well. And here in the audience also is John Lovato from Growth Management, as well as Brian Snyder from Public Works, to address any questions regarding the Public Works and Growth Management side of this permit. BHI and sustainability staff led the coordination of gathering data from stakeholder departments to prepare the county's fiscal year 21, 22, and 23 municipal separate storm sewer system, MS4, which is much easier to say, annual report to the Environmental Protection Agency, which were submitted to the EPA following a required 30-day public comment period. Santa Fe County is also required to present an updated MS4 stormwater program, which is what I have, which is in the packet for your review. And in that effort, we worked simultaneously with BHI to prepare updates to the county's stormwater management program, plan, and reporting procedures. The last update of this plan was 2013. This plan serves to minimize pollutant loading to waterways from stormwater runoff, ensure compliance with MS4 requirements, and prepare for future permit changes. And I do have a presentation as well. I'll just add while we're waiting for the presentation slides that climate change projections show increasing incidence of extreme weather events such as flooding, which will also increase the potential for contamination in surface water. And while the county is operating under the 2007 MS4 permit, staff participates in monthly interdepartmental meetings and quarterly MS4 collaborative meetings with the City of Santa Fe and the New Mexico Department of Transportation to collaborate on stormwater management and prepare for the expected issuance of a new updated MS4 permit from the EPA in fiscal year 25. Thank you. And so this is just a brief overview of the plan. And as you can see in the map, the lavender areas is the area that the Santa Fe County is responsible for. And this is a permit that's required to discharge stormwater from MS4s, and all of the outfalls within those areas fall upon our jurisdiction and our responsibility for testing and tracking and maintaining healthy stormwater. The MS4 include publicly owned as well facilities, and so the dark purple areas are our facilities within the urban boundary, and it is currently administered by the EPA, and not all of the Santa Fe County is within the MS4 permit area. So the permittees must have a stormwater management program which addresses 6 minimum control measures, and we must report annually to the EPA on this program. The goal of the stormwater management program is to reduce the discharge of pollutants from all sources to the maximum extent practicable, to protect water quality and to satisfy applicable surface water quality standards using best management practices, or BMPs. This plan includes measurable strategies and goals for each of the 6 minimum control measures. So the 6 measures are public education and outreach, and one example of that would be the staff and community education, newsletters, website resources, and this is not an exhaustive list. This is just an example of certain things that we do already, would like to expand upon. Public involvement and participation, such as the community cleanups, Adopt a Road programs, our Earth Day events also fall into this category. And illicit discharge detection and elimination, which an example of that would be our ordinances prohibiting illicit discharges and illegal dumping, a method for the public to report illegal dumping, such as a hotline and spills to the county. Number 4 is construction site stormwater runoff control. And that would be, an example would be review of the site plans for water quality impacts, construction site inspections and tracking, so code enforcement. And 5, post-construction stormwater management in new development and redevelopment. And examples of that would be stormwater retention standards, rainwater capture requirements, enforcement of existing ordinances related to new construction and redevelopment. And then number 6, finally, the pollution prevention, good housekeeping for municipal operations. And that looks at our facilities and preventing stormwater pollution at vehicle fueling and maintenance yards, etc. So the responsibility by department, as far as the report is concerned, is largely based upon Public Works and their involvement and programs through roads and storage. Growth management is very much involved as far as ordinances are concerned, and all of the departments, including sustainability, have activities that are covered by the MS4 permit and strategies that need to comply with the plan. So the Public Works Department, again, we are still pending an FTE for the Environmental Compliance Officer position, and that would be the point person for this MS4 permit reporting in the future. But they're heavily involved in the MS4 requirements due to road maintenance, capital improvement projects, fleet management, open space management, property control, solid waste and recycling, and then the general housekeeping for municipal operations and staff training. And then growth management as well, stormwater related ordinances, reviews of the construction and development plans, code enforcement actions and authority, and then staff training also for the code enforcement officers, and public education, such as the Master Naturalist Program is another part of our stormwater-related plan. And the Sustainability Division, even though we are managing much of this report and kind of helping, BHI is really the heavy lifter in all of this and has knitted our groups together so that we can create this plan. And we're incredibly grateful to everyone who's been a part of that process. We focus in our division on outreach and education programs, newsletters, and we have definitely been focused more on the GSI component, or the Green Stormwater Infrastructure component, in our Earth Day events, as you know, and we would love to see that expand throughout the county. So many of these strategies are heading as a focus towards the GSI. And we did just recently have a training where 15 staff members were in attendance. And this training was for the specifics around green stormwater infrastructure, how to test for plans that come through the county, and whether the options that are being provided by stormwater harvesting are actually viable and can work. And so, this is a baby step. We will continue in our trainings and continue to try to provide that education so that we are looking at our SLDC and ways that we can improve upon it, but also so that we are supporting some of these changes that need to happen throughout the county. In addition, the county's April 20th Earth Day event promoted GSI, and we unveiled a new rain garden at the Hondo Fire Station, #1. The infrastructure feature was designed to enhance local climate resilience by mitigating the impacts of water, of droughts and flooding, and unlike traditional gray stormwater infrastructure, which directs water away from landscapes, GSI promotes water retention on site. The rain garden features native plants, stone plunge pools, and mulch middens, and will not only prevent erosion, but also contribute to soil health and carbon sequestration. So moving forward, we will continue to look at that environmental compliance officer so that this can have a real head and lead in processing this plan and working with all the departments on setting up the procedures, and follow goals set in the County Stormwater Management Program, which is the plan you have before you. And we will be continuing with our MS4 annual reporting requirements. And for the first year, I'm very proud to say again that fiscal year 2023 was on time with the EPA submittal. And we will continue to collaborate with the city, Santa Fe, and the Department of Transportation, as well as Los Alamos County and Rio Arriba County, because of the border and shared concerns. We also will be looking at a new MS4, unfortunately. So we just finished this plan, and it will be a foundation for the next MS4 to come. The new MS4 is expected in fiscal year 25. The EPA has let us know. It was a riveting, almost 80-page read, and much more stringent and highly regulated as far as what they've presented to us. So we have made comments for our first review. It's by no means over, and there will be many iterations, I think, to come as a result of the whole state looking at this. But they are proposing that we have a cooperative MS4 permit, so we would be working with the City of Santa Fe and Department of Transportation as a group and collective. And with that, I stand for any questions. And also, again, John Lovato and Brian Snyder are here as well.
Mr. Chair.
Any questions, Commissioner Hanson?
First of all, Jacqueline, thank you. I know how hard it is to do this. I have been involved on and off with MS4 permits for the last 15 years, and they are really an important part of the Clean Water Act, and that it really sets the standard. And now that we at the state level are going to be working on a waters of the state rule for surface water protection. I'm hoping that will help us. But, you know, these MS4 permits are strenuous, and I am really happy to see that we're in compliance. So congratulations. Also, I have my own issues with EPA and what region we're in. I don't know if you remember or if you've heard me say this, but we do not belong in Region 6. Region 6 consists of New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Mississippi. We do not belong in that region. And why New Mexico is part of that region is way beyond me, but it's something I have advocated for, and I will continue to advocate for, that we have, maybe they need to create a new region, or maybe they need to move us into region with at least Arizona or Colorado or Utah. I think a Four Corners district would be a really much more harmonious place for us to be, but that's nothing we can change here. But I do appreciate the hard work on this document, and thank you for your hard work, because it's really important that we are in compliance with the MS4. So thank you.
Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the commissioners acknowledging that it is something that we can't change here, and yet we passed resolutions earlier in the day of things that we can't change, but that's passed. So to the point here, one of the areas that I'm a little concerned about is some of the mountainous areas up that are not necessarily our jurisdiction. I don't know how we manage those. An example is the power line that was built or is being built by Jemez Power Electric Co-op from the ski basin to Nambe Pueblo and through Nambe Pueblo. And so in that case, it appears like they got an exclusion, but they also didn't do a SWIP plan. And so this is, I think, something that we need to still address with them now that spring is happening, and trying to make sure that some of the spring runoff doesn't affect the downstream folks in Rio Chupadero and Rio en Medio. So first, can you address that from those things in our forest and our federal lands up there? And then I have another question.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, so the MS4 is more related to contaminants in the urban boundaries. The areas that of concern that you're referring to, I think, are better addressed through the watershed resiliency groups and organizations, which there are quite a few reclamation grants that have been administered up north, and I know the Santa Cruz Irrigation Association is, they've asked us to be a part of as a technical advisory membership, and we have included many of our MS4 ideas and our climate action plans in the hazard mitigation plan. So there's some cross-pollination that's happening that's outside of the MS4 and what they're looking at in particular.
Okay, so with contaminants, I mean, natural contaminants are just as bad, maybe not order of magnitude, but when somebody cuts down a bunch of trees and bulldozes sides of hills up in the mountains, wouldn't that still be considered a man-made contaminant? Maybe not urban per se, and maybe who knows what's in the dirt?
Well, absolutely, it's a contaminant, but it's not covered under our MS4 permit.
Okay. And then in the areas that were burn scars up there, that's another area. Is that again a different area for this?
So what the plan is and what we're reporting on is contained within the urban boundary. And so what you're referring to is outside of that boundary, and there might be, for instance, facilities or factories that have a separate stormwater permit through the EPA, and that would be covered under their so if they were to discharge any illicit contaminants, then they would be responsible for that under their own permit. This permit is just for the urban boundaries. And so what you're referring to is certainly important, absolutely. It's just not covered in this particular report.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Bustamante.
Thank you for this. Two things. The first one, the references to the La Cienega area being urbanized, they're not urbanized. By U.S. Census definition, they would still be rural, a population of 2,000, or, houses up to 5,000 population, and we're not there yet. I don't know if that makes a difference in our ability to address, or if this impacts any of those SWP protections. I don't know anything about that, but I do know, and I think, let me just back up a little. They are in the planning phase right now, and it is a community with a long history of wanting to remain rural, all the way down to having bumper stickers in the neighborhood that says, La Cienega, keep it rural. So when we refer to things as urbanized, there will be people who will grab their chests and fall over. So we want to make sure that in the interest of aspiration, like, we aspire to remain, because we have the opportunity to aspire towards things here, and we want to make sure that we still refer to that rural community as such. Yet, that community has been the recipient of those issues from various sources, and I am very concerned. It hasn't really been highlighted, though it's been mentioned, and it was assumed to have been the source of the contamination, but the EPA just recently removed perchlorates as a regulated product, if you will, an analyte, and the perchlorates at the airports, perchlorates are problematic, and I've long wondered about how those are being managed from the Santa Fe airport. So there's a lot to unwrap there. First, it's important to acknowledge that it is a rural community because it intends to, and I'm grateful that people are going to be measuring those constituents that have been found in drinking water in their gardens and in their farms and in their livestock. But where and how are people under this? How does this actually address that, or how are people protected under that, I guess is where I'm trying to go.
Sure, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bustamante. So the MS4 measures the contaminants in the outfalls that are headed towards the waterways, and it's mainly towards the Santa Fe River. So as far as the county is concerned currently, the new MS4 will be a collective, and it will be much more broad and more of a watershed approach. And so I think when we're looking at the nitty-gritty details of this plan, it's really just a foundation for the future, and it is going to be more comprehensive to come. So any of those outfalls that are leading to La Cienega would still be considered a part of our MS4 plan now, but it's probably not covered as comprehensively as we would all like to see it currently, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you. And any references to urban, if we can make those rural, would help people.
That's an EPA terminology, and that's just so the report is it is measuring everything from within the urban. It's urbanized, unincorporated, urbanized boundary.
Right, and I appreciate that, and I think for the record, where it's problematic is that when we have people in a otherwise by U.S. Census definition, rural, having livestock and crops, and we're looking at these analytes heading towards those artifacts, there's a different type of concern and response that might need to be taken or addressed. So, for the record, the U.S. Census and the EPA should align their definition of rural and urban, given the lifestyles in those more sparse areas. Thank you.
Understood.
I appreciate it.
Anybody else?
So, Commissioner Bustamante, one of the things that happened with the flood in 2018 was the flood was from the urbanized area that impacted La Cienega and therefore, caused a tremendous amount of damage in the village, which was incredibly unfortunate. But it is also along the same line of things that we can advocate for. I will always advocate, and I have for probably 10 years, to get moved out of District 6 and to be in a different EPA district. Even though I can't change the EPA, I'm still, and I will always advocate for that to happen. So I just want to put that on the record. So I think that that's part of the reason why it's included, because you were so impacted. But I completely support what you're saying about urban and rural, because Santa Fe County is actually considered rural. At NACO, at the National Association of Counties, we are considered a rural county. We are not considered a urban county. Yeah, so.
Right, it's the unincorporated, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, it's the unincorporated urbanized areas. So those are, and that does cover La Cienega, and I understand the terminology is hard coming from a rural perspective, so.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Find my agenda here, and I will make a motion. A resolution adopting the Santa Fe County 2024 MS4 Permit Stormwater Management Program Plan. Congratulations, Jacqueline.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passed unanimously. Congratulations.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I also want to thank Public Works and Growth Management. They've been a huge part of meeting every month to go over this document and make sure we create a plan that's workable. So thank you.
Great. Next, we move to 8A, presentation and report from Santa Fe Business Incubator.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to provide that resolution number for you.
Yes, let's get our.
Okay.
24.
So that one was 2024064.
Thank you.
2024064. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the item before you today is a presentation from the Santa Fe Business Incubator on their activities in calendar year 2023. Since 2019, Santa Fe County has worked with the Santa Fe Business Incubator for professional services related to business outreach, tracking, and training for Santa Fe County businesses located outside the incorporated areas of the county. The deliverables for this contract, which is PSA 2019-0266, are a report and presentation, and I will turn it over to Marie Longzier, the CEO of the Santa Fe Business Incubator, to present her report.
Thank you, Juan. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, it's a pleasure to be here and to see all of you in person. The report I'm going to give you, some of you have seen the template in a lot of these pictures before. One asked me if there was something wrong because there's some red lettering in here and some scratch outs. I wanted to highlight to you that some things have changed, some things have improved, some new things have happened. And so I'll make this very brief, but that's what I'll concentrate on is sort of what's changed since the last time I stood before you. So going really quickly through these first few slides, and most all of you are familiar with this, which is wonderful. It makes my job easier here today. So on the next slide, it's basically business incubation at a glance. Believe it or not, 1997. Oh, I can do this right here. Okay. There we go. 1997 is when we opened the doors. I've been at this work for 27 years now, as of February 14th. We have 30,000 square feet. The footprint of the building stayed pretty much the same. We, most of you know, we offer meeting rooms, broadband, specialty laboratories, shared equipment, a place for companies to start, a place for entrepreneurs to get going. The kind of industries we help are very broad. I hate to read stuff people can see. I will say right now that the fastest growing that we have are biotech and life sciences, IT software, energy, and film and digital media. A few sample programs we offer. The next actually few slides are about our programs. The one I highlighted here in red is a program called Runway, and it's to help somebody who has an idea or thinks they want to start a company go through a 6-week program with others who are trying to start something, to validate it, to map it out, and to see if they really can start it, if there's a market for it, if they're ready for it. So this is a service we're very happy with because it helps people know when to be ready and when to jump in, and if this is something they can pursue, if there's a market, and it helps them map out their plans. We're actually starting a next cohort of Runway tomorrow afternoon. We have 7 wannabe entrepreneurs signed up for it, and I love the way they help each other while we're doing this. Additional programs that we have, I think the note here is the expansion of our Council of Business Advisors, and through the pandemic, as we were able to offer things virtually, more people were able to join us, and so volunteers from actually all over the country now have stepped in to say, oh, I heard about this program, or I come to Santa Fe a lot, I'd like to see if I can help. So having that cadre of people who are willing to help our companies is part of our secret sauce, actually. Our metrics, this metric scanned 22, 23, but I can say right now we've gone to 21 client companies. Interesting thing to point out here is that the payroll is more than the revenue for our companies. And that's because a lot of these companies are pre-revenue. They're working on research grants, investment money, loans, and so forth. So they're having a lot of impact even before they're realizing all of their growth and income. Partners in collaboration, we have a lot, and they're wonderful, and we continue to grow programs and resources. Since you're looking at 25% of the workforce for the incubator, we can't do this without help and without our partners. They're very valuable and important to us. As I mentioned before, biotech and life sciences are our fastest growing sector right now, and it encompasses an awful lot. It encompasses making medical devices, delivery systems for drugs, actual drugs, chemical studies of reactions, plants and bio sciences and how that affects our food chain, healthcare industry. So there's just so much going on in all these health and life science sectors, and a lot happening. And this beautiful shared biolab that we were able to offer and open a few years ago has helped attract companies to grow, to transfer technology out of UNM, NMSU, New Mexico Tech, our national labs, et cetera. The notable changes here is the Santa Fe Community College Tech and Trade Center is also working with us to help a number of our companies. Pebble Labs, which came down from Los Alamos and joined us for about 6 months, has just moved most of their operation over there because they've got the space for it. We've also been working with, there's a really enhanced focus from the state level on biotech and bioscience, and the city level too, and we're really happy to see that because that's where a lot of great career opportunities and growth is happening. These were challenges for the startups I talked about last time, and the ones that are different right now. I didn't put access to capital last time because everything else was bigger than that, but access to capital is always an issue. Regulatory issues have affected companies. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad in manufacturing, energy, those that are doing business internationally. So that can be a challenge. Our GRT system that's unique to New Mexico has been very difficult for the software companies. We did lose a really promising software company that moved because of the double taxation and being able to compete in their industry. But the supply chain issues, they're still bad, but they've really, really improved. And that's been great. And companies having health care available for their employees has changed. For our own challenges at the incubator, we continue to get increased requests for assistance. Entrepreneurship is on the rise across the entire country, and I see no slowdown of that whatsoever. They have a lot of needs. We've got new technologies that they're dealing with and we're dealing with. The costs of everything have gone up, and that's one of the challenges they have is inflation and cost. Sponsor support keeps shifting from wildfire to homelessness to food to all. There's a lot of need out in the community right now. Labor availability, fortunately, that has improved. Notes and observations, I think I've covered most of these already, that there's an increased focus on entrepreneurship. Cost of capital has gone up. We continue to have the need to diversify our economic base in our community. And certainly the wide breadth and depth of companies we're working with are addressing that. We sent you in the packet a highlight reel of things that had happened through 2023, notes about our clients, media coverage, awards, etc. I always come before y'all and say, oh, it's all great. It really is doing well. It's still a challenge. Entrepreneurship is hard. Startups are hard. It is not easy for them. It's not easy for us. But they make it a pleasure, and we're still seeing a lot of peer help and a lot of support for what they're doing. And speaking of labor, we lost our fabulous program director of 5 years, Jessica Moose, last spring to Sandia Labs, where she went to work, and she lives in Albuquerque. But she was great, and it took a while to find the right person to replace her, and we're delighted to have welcomed full-time in January of this year, Mr. Carl McClendon. Carl's been coming to Santa Fe for a long time. He and his wife were planning to move here, and he had been in education in Austin, Texas, and had been running entrepreneurship programs in the schools there because he loved it. So for a while, he quit his job and went and got a degree from the McCombs School of Business at University of Texas in technology commercialization and entrepreneurship, and worked for startup companies. But he had I don't want to say son or daughter, he had a child who wanted to continue their own university education. So he went back to his old job for a while and then said, I've got to get into this entrepreneurship work. I've got to work for a business incubator, found out about us, and the experience he brings and the maturity in the field and his knowledge and connections have just been wonderful. He has a tremendous passion for the work. And so I hope one day to be able to introduce you to him. And that concludes my report. I hope I kept it under 10 minutes, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. But before I say my final word, I want to thank you all. Every one of you as an individual have encouraged me, have encouraged our clients, have encouraged this program through the years, and I really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marie, great to see you. Thank you for the presentation. Always love what the incubator does. And I just have one sort of request, and I think I brought this up a year ago at the same time. Santa Fe is for all intents and purposes, is a bilingual town. It has a very large Spanish-speaking population. And I think probably the low-hanging fruit of entrepreneurial programs and outreach would be having programs for Spanish-speaking entrepreneurs. Not necessarily trying to create the next Uber, but just trying to create the local businesses that make Santa Fe special, whether it's restaurants or childcare or senior care or whatever the size or scale of the business. It doesn't have to be a quote home run to win the game. You can win a baseball game with a lot of singles. And I just encourage you to look in this next year at setting up some Spanish-speaking entrepreneurial programs so that some of the folks that are sort of living at the margins understand or have irregular businesses, right? Some people have businesses that are just not licensed or not actually working at all of the organized state regulations and insurance and so on. It would be great if we could find a way to support that. And Juan looks like he really has something to say about that. So I look forward to hearing that too.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Green, I'm delighted to say that in 2 weeks' time we're having an evening training in Spanish for Spanish-speaking businesses on the South Side. This will be the third one we've hosted in the past several months. It will have childcare available, and we're not doing this on our own, and it's actually not our program because we don't have the resources to do it. But we're working with partners, and that's where we're addressing this issue. So working with the Santa Fe Chamber of Commerce, which is doing some wonderful outreach, and they're a partner in this program, working with West and SCORE, working with the Hispano Chamber. So it is something my board is very passionate about trying to address. And if any of you know of opportunities where we can partner with other organizations or we can support what these organizations are doing, we'd be delighted to do it. But we did hear you, and we want to continue to do that. And we're always seeking where are the best opportunities where we can play a role.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Maria. Always. Juan, do you want to go ahead?
I just wanted to follow up on Commissioner Green's and Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Green. So we did hear you last time we'd made the presentation, and as Marie said, we're currently partnering with the City of Santa Fe to kind of piggyback on their existing Spanish language translation program. We've been having a challenge in terms of the technical aspects of the technology side of things and getting somebody who's conversant in translating that kind of information. But we're definitely working towards having a more formalized Spanish language program. Hopefully we can present that to you at some point in this next fiscal year.
I really appreciate that. Thank you very much, both of you.
Thank you, Juan.
Thank you, Maria. I would just want to suggest maybe Somos Pueblo Unido as a partner. They spend a lot of time working with immigrants and people of Spanish-speaking language. Also, the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area has developed a grant program to teach Tewa, or to incentivize Tewa programs that are already existing on the Pueblos. And so, and the National Historic Spanish Cultural Center is also working on preserving the Spanish language that is so unique to northern New Mexico and that has its own special dialect, which is an interesting thing in itself. But I think that I'm very happy that since 2019 that we have partnered with you, and I think that comes from the leadership of this board, caring about entrepreneurship and how important it is. When I went to the spring runoff last weekend, there was lots of entrepreneurs out there, young men and women, building their business, and it was really great to see, and like some of them asked me some questions, and I congratulated them on being entrepreneurs because they need encouragement, we know, and especially when they're young. And so I was happy that Santa Fe County was part of that spring runoff. because there were so many small little businesses there trying to figure out what they can do as a business. And thank you for all you do. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes, Commissioner Hanson. Thank you. We do have a fair number of small companies that are run by immigrant business owners, some of which speak a small amount of English. You don't hear about them as much as some of the big stuff that gets in the newspapers because the impact might be smaller, but it's just as important.
Okay, Commissioner Bustamante.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and thank you. I will just clarify, and I think you understated. I'm glad you said what you just said. West does an amazing job, and regularly, my office for a year ago, was right there down the hall from West, and the business development in the different languages, I don't know how much business and economy we're going to develop with the old Spanish, but when we work with those people in the community, that door is going every day, and we have people up and down that hall who are Spanish speaking, starting their own businesses. So what you just said is absolutely what I observed, and I really see the work being done. I don't know that necessarily have to stretch out to, I see that you'd want to partner with anyone who's able and committed to developing more, but there's quite a bit of business development from small business entrepreneurs who are solely Spanish speaking. You have an incredible team there in that hallway, so you're doing it. I think it's clear.
Wow. Chairman Hughes, Commissioner Bustamante, thank you. I mostly hear a lot of negativity about this and have a few times had to take people out and walk them around and introduce them to Spanish speakers so that they would understand what's happening. So I really, really am touched and appreciate your talking about your observation, but it doesn't mean that we won't keep trying and we won't keep having programs and so forth. We will never be a nexus of small retail businesses because that's not possible in the context of our program and our building, but we can help people who are starting and we can partner with people, and there's so much we can do and we want to keep doing it. So thank you all for paying attention to this, and thank you for your observation.
Well, thank you very much. I think that's it.
Thank you.
Item 8B, presentation and update on strategic plan 2.4.4, develop a council on and programming to support the arts. Andy Seeger, welcome.
Hi, I'm Andy Seeger. I'm the Economic Development Specialist here with Santa Fe County.
You can raise the thing up.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, we're here to give you a slight update and some background research that we've been doing on the Arts and Culture Commission and to seek your guidance on a couple of notes. With that, as part of the Santa Fe County as part of the Santa Fe County Strategic Plan, Santa Fe County Economic Development has been tasked with Strategy 2.4.4, develop a council and programming to support the arts. We wanted to give you a little bit of background. I know I had met with each of you regarding this, but we wanted to give you a little bit of background about current efforts that are already underway here at the county to support arts and the creative industries. Public Works currently utilizes the state's program of the New Mexico Arts, 1% for the arts funding to requisition art and do other installations across the public throughout the county. In addition, Public Works works with construction funding, budgeted funding within construction projects here at the county to install art in certain select public places. I believe you were updated on the 100 Catron building and the artwork that's being installed there. So that's some of the work that they're doing already with county funding. And then additionally, that point above that with state funding. Separately, economic development is in the process of creating funding and support for the creative industries, provided that we've now created a target industry or a target cluster of the creative industries, highlighting its importance in the community. To that end, we'll be working to provide sponsorships, funding, a number of training initiatives going forward as we try to enhance and develop funding for the creative industries. So then getting into an arts council and that strategy, we've been looking across the country, across the state, across counties here locally to see what are people doing, how are they organizing it, how are they structuring it, how are they supporting their arts, and what can we bring in here in terms of sponsorship or showcasing local artists or doing that training, making grants and other programs. So with that, we've done a little bit of, like I've said, we've done a little bit of the research of looking kind of near and far. We're going to bring this a little bit closer with some near examples just on structures of how this is structured in surrounding areas. So New Mexico Arts, the state's division of New Mexico Department of Cultural Affairs, is fully staffed with a 15-member commission that sits next to it as an advisory body. And this is the program that that operates the 1% for the Arts program at a state level. So they have a collection of art that that the county can then engage with and decide and select some art to bring into the county from a larger budget that gets allocated through this program. Santa Fe County currently has roughly $46,000 of these funds that they're working to do various installations as part of art in public places. The city of Santa Fe has undergone a little bit of redevelopment in terms of arts and culture. They now have a newly created 5-member staff that is full-time. It's partially funded by lodger's tax. It's partially funded by a 1% for the arts program here at the city level. In addition to that, it has a 9-member advisory council that they've kind of restructured and tasked with creating a strategic plan, a recently completed strategic plan, I might add, to be that advisory body to them, bringing forth things from the community, so acting as a listening organ, as well as acting as that advisory body to review grants and do a number of other things. But it is hosted and solely anchored within this Department of Arts and Culture. And then we took a look at Los Alamos. Los Alamos has changed up their structure a little bit. They had a 1% for the arts program itself. They are now contracted as part of community services with the Los Alamos Arts Council. This council is currently operated and staffing the Fuller Arts Center, Fuller Lodge Arts Center, as their community anchor as they support their arts through a number of initiatives up there and a number of galleries, but using that contracted status to offer support and promotion of the arts within Los Alamos County. In addition, we took a look at funding. So using county finance, the Department of Finance here, we were able to look at what would a 1% for the arts mechanism look like here in Santa Fe County. Bernalillo, to my knowledge, and I believe Los Alamos at one point had a similar structure, similar to what the state's structure is, but at a county level. And here in Santa Fe, it would generate somewhere in the neighborhood of $233,000 a year, but with a high amount of variability. We see the low point of the pandemic year in 2020 offering $45,000, and a high point last year when we would generate somewhere in the neighborhood of $610,000. So a lot of variability across these years, pointing us to probably recommend that general allocation be used rather than some 1% for the funding to be able to smooth out some of this variability. And typical allocations, past research has kind of targeted about $100,000 for granting, sponsorship, other uses as a target budgeted fund. So with that, we wanted to come before you because we have a number of questions that are still to be answered. We've looked at these structures, we've looked at these staffs, the staff structures and how it's anchored in various communities. We've looked at how this has happened in the past here in Santa Fe County. We've had a number of councils been enacted and embodied here in the county in the last 20 years or so. It's happened roughly 3 times to my knowledge. And they've run into some issues in terms of how they're supported, how they're anchored, how they're funded, and usually sunset. So with that, we wanted to come before you and ask some questions in terms of getting guidance from this board, from the commissioners of what they're looking for. How will this be structured? Where will it be anchored and staffed? How will we determine the responsibilities and objectives? And then how will we measure that? And with that, we have a couple of options for recommendations as we're still in the planning process here. And that any permanent body is slightly premature, but that's why we're here today, to ask questions of you, to garner this feedback and bring it in as we develop this. So option 1 would have, would kind of embody an advisory council of 1 member per district to meet quarterly, initially organized and directed by an expert. So we'd probably seek expert help as we formulate this, bringing in these members of the public to be those advisory volunteers. and begin to task them similar to the city structure of building up to a strategic plan for their body, really being exploratory in the initial stage, possibly a survey of current work being done, current people and organizations in the community, moving on to identifying what that programming and those needs would be, and then establishing that 5-year strategic plan with funding source recommendations. And then on an ongoing basis, they would become the advisory, consultation, and community input, so that listening organ. Option 2, we take a little bit of a step back and we work with the contractor to conduct the feasibility study, begin to do much of the same work from option 1, but before we would build any actual council structure, before we would bring in any of those volunteer members, doing some of the preliminary work to really be robust and direct in terms of what we are doing, what we are looking for in terms of objectives and responsibilities, drafting that plan and establishing a funding source and staffing resources, and then beginning to embody this council. So those are the 2 options. This is the option that Economic Development in Santa Fe County would recommend, as we believe that it would help us foster this and continue this work, leading to greater stability and a greater amount of clarity, focus, and responsibility for this, all to promote and support our arts institutions and organizations. So with that, we'd love to have your questions and feedback.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Oh, I thought, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you. I
later.
don't actually have a particular question, though. It was a well-organized and informative presentation, and I would generally agree with staff recommendation of option 2 to gather the information professionally and then come back just for my input. Thank you.
Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Andrew. Welcome to presenting at the County Commission. I think this is your first time
Thank you
up
so
here.
much. First time, long time.
Yeah, all right. So 2 questions. Seeing that the city funds its arts commission and stuff through the lodger's tax, is there any availability or analysis of whether we could fund this through lodger's tax?
We haven't directly looked at that at the county level. I know that the city, they're newly developed, so they're still funding out those resources. I believe they get 1/7 of the lodger's tax, so it's a small fraction of that. How that would be put together at the county, we can continue to study.
Okay, it'd be great to know if that's an eligible funding source, given that Santa Fe County is a arts community, right? And a lot of our tourism dollars is generated through this. Maybe most of it goes to marketing, but maybe some of it could go towards arts, support of arts stuff. Like, I know we give stuff to programming to help them with marketing, but maybe it's not necessarily only for marketing, but it's actually to run some of the organizations. Second question is, I see in here arts programming support potentially, and I wonder about arts infrastructure support. As you've probably heard, and we've discussed previously, working on an initiative to work on a new amphitheater for the region. And this would be not necessarily the direct programming of it, but a platform for programming that otherwise wouldn't exist without some initiative by the county or the city or some private organizations. But it's a piece of infrastructure that would allow for a lot of arts and cultural programming to happen that otherwise might not happen. And so I'm wondering, in those sort of direct art spending, a piece of art on a roundabout, or in a public building, and then direct arts programming support. Okay, great, those make sense, and they're in your plan. And then really working on the infrastructure and the places that arts will be vibrant to happen. And so, I'm wondering where that finds itself in there. Not necessarily for today, but if you have some thoughts on it, it'd be great to hear that.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, thank you for the question. I believe that's why we're advising that there is some sort of expertise within this building out process. In the near term, we're already looking at, as I talked about, to support the creative industries of events and workforce training, but getting up into that higher order level of those more durable, long-term strategic items. You mentioned the amphitheater, right? Something that would be, again, structurally important to this. It seems to be slightly beyond the purview of a council or a volunteer body that isn't necessarily empowered with some of those decision-making capabilities. And that's why we're looking to really build this out before we get to any sort of generative process. So I agree with you. There's some need to do some of that long-term strategic planning at this stage, even before we get to some of we would like to support art walks in Madrid for exactly that reason, to be a little bit more strategic with how are our resources going to be expended, who's going to be tasked with them, what are their objectives and responsibilities, and how can we have accountability within those.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you for this. Appreciate it. I see that your recommendation is to contract with a hired expert as opposed to what I will consider a more grassroots, community-based type of endeavor, which, just to be candid, and I think maybe all of us got that email almost every week for a year, that there is an interest for more of a community-generated type of activity and working with these individual artists and pulling these artists to build their own community, if you will, is part of what one individual was very much forwarding. I'm curious to hear what type of, to have a hired expert, I'm assuming that would be someone who understands an arts economy. What type of expert would this be? And what would their feasibility, when we talk about needs and opportunities, would that go again to the needs of the individual artists, the needs for infrastructure, as Commissioner Green was saying, what types of needs? And then would it be this external entity also looking at how to, making recommendations with a partnership, with an internal working group? Would that internal working group be county members, county staff? Would that be the individual artists? I need to understand better of what that is.
Sure.
One thing that I absolutely do know from the effort that was passed through Representative Szczepanski's legislation is that they are very much looking to support the individual artists. And the goal in my mind in forwarding this is, as we're getting those artists supported, then they would have an opportunity to get further support in ways that their venues would be established. So putting art in public places or assisting events similar to, and I've shared it with you in our meeting, it was a ball out of the park when Austin, Travis County met with the South by Southwest folks. I mean, it hasn't looked back. And there was a great presentation on that, and that type of thing, where working with those individual artists in forwarding their particular endeavor. So can I understand better what this feasibility, the working group, where they'd come from, and how it would fit into that more organic grassroots type of model that comes in option one?
Yeah, certainly. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, thank you for the question. I think there's some recent examples and some examples nearby that show us that when we have an advisory body like this, and Santa Fe County has done this a number of times in the past year, and then they've either sunsetted or disbanded, and it's usually that they get overwhelmed. So one of their first tasks is usually a survey of current assets, current artists, a number of things. And that task can overwhelm a volunteer body very early on unless they are really anchored with some sort of staffed resource or an expert like this. So with that, we've also been talking to New Mexico Arts, the state level, and then a couple of other surrounding counties, Taos, Los Alamos, a number of them, of how they conduct theirs. And that's where we've kind of gotten this idea that there are people here already with this expertise. The Santa Fe as a county and as a city is full of these people. From an economic development standpoint, we have that question of, should we be funding things that are more monetary in value, artist markets, that's one directive we could go. We want to open this up a little bit more, have some of that consideration that could be possible with somebody possibly from New Mexico Arts, the state level, or even involving the city as they go forward to help us out. But bringing in, there are a number of near experts, very, very close, and that have a grounded understanding of what's happening here in our community already that we would probably task. We have a number of people in mind that would fit this kind of bill. And with that, I think that part of that group and working group internally, and I would expect that Public Works, given that it's doing some of the things with art installation within buildings or within roundabouts already, and I want to thank them for their work as they've been guiding us on their efforts in economic development and partially tourism. There are various people with stakes in something like this that I'd like to pull together and use as a listening body as this consultant goes, potential consultant, forming the core that would be tasked with finding out how do we go forward. And as part of that, really doing a listening session with the community. So bringing in some of that grassroots aspect of saying, we want to use this time and be very concerted and very focused, while also being very cognizant of what's needed. Where are the gaps within our community that need to be supported? Does that answer your question?
Mr. Chair, Andrew, can we so then say that option 2 is a precursor for option 1 to be a more structured, informed, stronger body? So essentially, option 2 is sort of the groundwork that would need to happen to identify all of those resources and then tie in the grassroots who really don't have that technical expertise in developing that type of network and where and how things would need to go. Am I understanding that correctly?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, exactly. I think we've learned from some other localities in that if you put together something like this, again, they can be quickly overwhelmed or it can be subsumed by the monumental tasks of needing to do some of these very structured thinking. So bringing in those voices when needed and when we would like to hear their level of input, but then having some more focus.
Mr. Chair, if there are no questions, I'd like to make a motion. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I like the idea that option 2 builds to option 1. I think that's a good thing. But, like I think 8 years ago we had an arts council, we had an arts something that was supposed to analyze or do something, and nothing really ever came from it. So I understand the idea of overwhelming, but what I find really important is I really think the 1% for the arts, or the, however we want to do it, if it requires an ordinance to create a budget source, I think 50 to 100,000 is way too low, and it needs to be at least 300 to 500,000 to actually make an impact of art in the community. Thank you, Rob, for shaking your head. You didn't tell me that. It came from my own mind. But I think that, if we're going to make an impact with our artist community, which I feel like we need to do, we need to, go big, not like, oh, we'll do it. Because I'm frustrated, because for 7 years I've been pushing something about the arts, and, the funding source for 1%, or however that is done, 300 to 500,000 every year to buy art from artists in New Mexico, help young entrepreneurs, artists grow and have their work displayed. I mean, the Bernalillo County building is the prime example of an incredible art. And so is the Roundhouse, and Santa Fe County, even though we might not have that much wall space, we do have wall space. And so and we do have plenty of roundabouts, and more roundabouts than probably anybody else has right now. So I think that's important. And so that's one of the things I'd like to see. But there's also a whole other aspect that I don't feel like has been touched upon, which is theater and performance. And theater and performance in New Mexico is really important. And I don't mean the opera. The opera can fund itself. We don't need to be funding the opera. We need to be funding, New Mexico Actors Lab, New Mexico's Playhouse, these small theater companies that are really struggling to survive, who can really provide art exchange and give actors and actresses a chance for exposure to grow into the film industry, which we support here. I see this as a way of helping develop artists and support their careers. I'm an artist. I've struggled most of my life here as an artist, but I was incredibly fortunate, to be supported and figured out a way to stay alive. So I want to make sure that we think about those. So, and the big responsibility of, yes, do the consultant first. I think that is an important part of it. But not do that for years. Do that for 6 months, something like that. And then start thinking about, okay, well, we've hired this consultant, this is what they recommend, this is how we should build the artist support system, because that's what we're looking to support our constituents. We're looking to help them be better artists. We're looking to encourage artists in the broadest form, because that's what we're known for nationally. We're a nationally recognized, so we want to encourage that status.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, absolutely. And I think that's some of why we recommend this. An advisory body would not have any control over the funding. And if we are talking about funding as large as this, the City of Santa Fe operates a budget of about Arts and Culture Department operates a budget of about $1.2 million. It's a lot of money. Having a council next to it to be an advisory body has value, and there's a lot of worth in that and in listening to our community and what they need. But at the end of the day, we're going to have to determine what we need to staff and resource and build up to a level like this that we could be able to disperse funds like you're talking about. Exactly. Right.
And counties throughout the United States. I mean, I'm part of the Arts and Culture Commission for NACO, and there are, all the counties throughout the United States, many of them have arts councils, and it took one of my fellow commissioners from Michigan 12 years to get a performance space like what Commissioner Green is talking about. And so, it's not outside the path of those ideas. And so I think that having a consultant first is a really good idea. And so I would support that. But that it's not a consultant for 5 years. It's a consultant for 6 months, or 9 months, or once they're on board.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hanson, yes, that's the intention, is to have a consultant that can help us in the short term on projects we're working on, but ultimately deliver a report with a set of recommendations that would be considered by the commission for action. And that would be towards the end of their term, hopefully with a 6 to 12 month period. With respects to a lot of the activities that you mentioned, you've kind of like reading our minds. I was just talking to the Santa Fe Playhouse people the other day. We're trying to figure out how we might work with them on the kinds of things they're doing. We are actively involved in a lot of different event sponsorships, again, to specifically help and coordinate and connect with the arts and creative industries. And to that end, we are sponsoring, along with the city the Cloud Top Comedy Festival. That's going to be happening next week, and that's going to be at venues across the entire city, different venues. But as part of our sponsorship, we're sponsoring two specific things, and I think we sent an email out regarding two workshops that are geared, one for nonprofit organizations and try to help them figure out how to use comedy in their presentations and in their work, and another one geared towards entrepreneurs and using comedy in terms of their pitches. So we are moving in those directions, and I think bringing in an expert to help us continue that work as well as define the future needs would be greatly, would help us greatly to move it forward.
So on that topic of funding things, a number of years ago, the what's the name of the place? Art Institute at the Midtown. They had this incredible event that was water related. And, I really believe that our economic development department should be supporting the Next Generation Water Summit. I think that's a really important part of what every single one of us up here care about. But that was a great art event where they had pieces of blue and they put it in the Santa Fe River and made it look like a flowing river, and they photographed it from up above and talked about how endangered our river is and how we are now, the most endangered water rivers in America. So I hope my fellow colleagues would agree that, supporting the Next Generation Water Summit would be a really important thing, up to like $5,000 to $10,000. So I'm just throwing that out at the moment. But I know that's not about art, but, just thinking of water and art and theater and all of those things going together. So I'll let Commissioner Bustamante make her motion.
Yeah, well, I wanted to say, first, I agree with option 2, having a consultant. And is it appropriate to make a motion, Jeff, on when we didn't have this as a vote?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I don't think there'd be any harm in doing so, but I think we got the direction we needed, so I don't think it's necessary. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I wish this was an action item that we could vote on, just because I would like to make a very specific recommendation that I believe that we would all agree with, because just leaving it to, just make sure you do number 2 fast. It could happen, Commissioner Green said, in the first 6 months, it's just onboarding. If this were truly an action item, and I hope I do have the support of the commission, I do think that everybody agrees that this is important enough, but I do understand that we would like to move forward with option 2 in the interest of within the calendar year developing the capacity for option 1. That way, to be ready to have option 1 implemented in the calendar year of 2025. I leave that for discussion, but that is something that I think gives enough time to put some boots on, figure out how to get it done, and then by January of 2025, looking for that option 1 group.
So I think you can make a motion.
I'd like to move.
Can I make a comment, though? Because I agree, I actually totally agree with doing it expeditiously. I have to admit, but I think I'm not comfortable with the idea of putting time limits that this, we've got to have something by the end of this calendar year. I'd love to motivate, think of a good way to motivate people that we want to get, that we're interested in this, but some of the things I think that we were certainly able to move pretty quickly with the task force that was done for emergency management, and that was really important. But maybe it's not as big a task in terms of as the emergency management task force in terms of data gathering. you know, we had it pointed out how much data, how much information a task force has to gather. And, you know, by the time you get a consultant on, they'd only have half a year. I don't have a good gut feeling if that's enough or 8 months is enough. So, you know, if we could phrase it so that it's not a hard deadline, I'd be much more comfortable.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I've made the recommendation for a year, but I'd like to hear from staff what timeline is feasible. If we don't have a gut, my sense is, give me a deadline, we'll work towards it, we'll get it done. But there's clearly a difference of thought here, and really the most important of what can we realistically get done should come from you. So if you have that, I would like to amend my motion to say within the time frame that you say it would be feasible to get option 1 started.
Manager Schaefer.
If I could, and I would suggest just working backwards, because as I understood the presentation, which I too very much appreciated, you know, this was the foundational ground zero laying to feed into, you know, what would the needs be, what would potential revenue be, what would potential staffing be. That's all going to hit the next fiscal year. So I would work backwards from that, and that would give you a firm bogey, but with a little bit more flexibility. So in other words, have that done in time for the next fiscal year's budget cycle when you would be considering all of those needs and potential uses. That would be my respectful suggestion.
So what would the timeline be? Then when would that be?
You would be looking, you know, really we're in budget cycle now, so April, May of next year. So that's within a year, but it's not the calendar year, it's within the fiscal year.
Okay, I would amend my motion to say that by May 1st of 2025.
I think it's sooner, April.
Well, if we're looking at the way we're doing the time, it would be May, but the finances, but I'm good with that. The April 1st, we would have the option 1 folks ready to be appointed and moving forward on option 1. That's my motion.
I'm not comfortable with that because I think what we really need, and I agree with Commissioner Hamilton on this, is that you set up the option 2, and you get the consultant's information, and I mean, they're going to need to present that to you.
Yeah, bring it back to the
It's
commission.
going to need to come back to the commission, but I think that I think what they are hearing is that we feel there is some urgency, there is some timeline to do that, but I think we've got to get the budget, we've got to get the money in the budget, and the other thing that I am really wanting to see is, you know, public art, this 1% for the arts. That's kind of separate from the council.
I hear you. So I don't think it's necessarily separate, and I don't think that the time frame that I've proposed is actually out of that line, because we would have them working within, I mean, and I'm assuming, right, within that calendar year, they would be working towards getting us to that date while we're preparing. So the recommendations would be made to the BCC just in time to start putting together, you know, the council should be tasked with the arts and public places component as well. But that's something that I think all of that would go into the same bucket for this consultant. I do not see them as disparate activities.
I think, personally, since I'm most likely not going to be here, or Commissioner Hamilton, by the time this happens, to be realistic, you should get the expert hired and have the presentation presented as what the expert suggests for you to do, what the recommendations are, as opposed to telling the consultant what you want. Rather, because I've seen what happened with a council here, and it didn't go anywhere.
If you're, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, There is still an element where we'll tell the consultant what we want if we're going to be telling them that we want art in public places. So I will clarify the motion that then they come with a presentation by April 1st, not necessarily have the group together, but that the presentation will be delivered by April 1st.
And the budget.
Prepared with budget and recommendations on how we would move forward with a council that will make, efforts towards art in public places and the whole opportunities and needs process that you will go through with those interests that have been described in the meetings that you've had with us already.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner
Let's see if we
Bustamante.
got a second. Do we have a second?
I think we have defined what we want without a motion. Juan and Andy, do you kind of understand what we're saying to you?
I'm not comfortable with that. I made a motion. I'm sorry, if we do that and you're not here, where's the accountability?
Okay,
That's not
I'll
fair.
second your motion, but I would like it to be a little more flexible. I'm adding flexibility into the motion.
Well, the motion
As
is-
a friendly amendment.
So the motion, as I understand it, is for the expert to be hired and report to us by April 1st. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Is that flexible enough?
That's, is that good? I think that's good, with just that short of motion.
Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, just to make sure I'm understanding, so we're talking about April 1st of 2025 to have these recommendations in place and a budget present to the Board of County Commissioners. Is that correct?
Right, so it can be
So
included in the budget.
that is a very reasonable timeline, and we can meet those requirements.
Okay,
Okay.
so I'll second that.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. Comments? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Have your direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have 8C, presentation on solid waste cost of service study.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to briefly say thank you to Public Works. They helped a lot with us in working through the art concepts, and so just recognize that they're a big part of it as well. Thank you.
We're especially thankful to Rob also, although he left the room.
Okay, Maria Molina.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Manager Schaefer. This presentation analyzes the county's current solid waste practices and gives us an effective cost of services study. As a brief background, Santa Fe County contracted NextGen Strategies and Solutions to develop this study through department data review and interviews with county staff, among other sources. This presentation is for informational purposes only. No action is needed, but it does help open up the door for upcoming budget discussions. Here to present is Mr. David Yankee with NextGen Strategies and Solutions.
Thank you. For the record, my name's Dave Yankee. I'm the president of New Gen Strategy Solutions. Appreciate the opportunity to be here to present. Oops. Okay. So just real quick so you know who we are, we're a 60-person utility consulting firm. We focus on financial issues, water, wastewater, solid waste, stormwater, electric cost service studies. I've been doing cost of service studies for 30 years. We're very active. I'm out of our Austin office, but we do a lot of work here in New Mexico. I just completed a solid waste cost service study for Taos County, and I presented to them, I think, about 6 or 8 weeks ago. We've worked with the city of Santa Fe on a cost service study, meeting with South Central Solid Waste Authority tomorrow to do some work for them. Just a little background also, in 2014, there was a comprehensive solid waste management plan that was completed. I was the project manager at that time. That was completed for the city, the county, and the agency, the Santa Fe Solid Waste Management Agency. Okay, so let's talk about our agenda. So today, and I'm going to go very quickly on this because you've had a full day. What I'm going to do is walk through our scope of services, give you a little background on your solid waste system, talk about the cost of service study we completed, some benchmarking, and then we'll talk about rate design options and findings and recommendations. So first of all, in our scope of services, what we've got to do when we're completing a cost of service study, we're going to develop a cost service study. To do that, we have to have a 10-year capital improvement plan. I'll talk about that in just a couple minutes. And then we develop a 5-year revenue requirement forecast, basically a 5-year forecast of what it costs you to operate the solid waste utility. That's operating costs, that's equipment, capital costs, everything. And we did that for a 5-year forecast, fiscal year 2024 through 2028. Then what we always do, we calculate how much revenue are you realizing right now, and so where do you stand from what it costs you to operate it versus the revenues you're generating. And then finally, we were tasked with issuing a final report and presenting the findings to staff and to you folks. Okay, to give you a little background on your solid waste system very briefly, these are the county convenience centers that you operate. There are seven of them. You provide a high level of service. If you look at these, a number of them are open 5 days a week, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Some of the smaller ones are 3 days a week. But again, I've done numerous convenient cost service studies for rural systems in Texas, New Mexico, Arizona. And so that's a high level of service you're providing there. This just shows your current permit fees. So again, you're living in the county, you have a 12-trip punch permit, and that's $110. You can see what the other ones are as well. And again, I understand some of you may live in other areas where you get cart service, so then you have a subscription service. But for the folks that use the convenience centers, this is the pricing structure. I'm not going to go through this other than to just show you, this shows the last 3 years of tonnage by the 7 different convenience centers. So let's get to the cost of service. So in developing a cost service study, the first thing is to do is develop the test year. So we're using the fiscal year 2024 budget that Public Works has. Off of that, we develop a revenue requirement forecast. I'll define that on the next slide. And then again, we look at funding sources, how much revenue is coming in, what it costs to operate, what your rate design options are. So what is a revenue requirement? Basically, all it is, it's just your operating and maintenance expenses, if you have any debt service, and then cash capital outlays for capital improvement and rolling stock. That all adds up to your annual revenue requirement. So basically, it's your county budget, but what we're also factoring in, we look over a long period of time, over a 10-year forecast, what the average amount is you need for capital, for rolling stock, for your equipment. Again, when we develop the test year, we also put in inflation factors. Bottom line, if you look at the third bullet, for fiscal year 2024, the solid waste utilities estimated its cost approximately $2.7 million to operate it. With inflation by FY 2028, it'd be about $3.1 million. So this is the capital outlay. Again, I know you were provided the report, but what we do, the capital improvement is one of the most important things we do whenever we develop these types of studies. We look at all of your frontline equipment. That's your equipment that runs day in, day out. You also have backup equipment, so if something's down for preventative maintenance or it needs new brake pads or what have you, you're using a backup. You always want to be able to figure out for your frontline equipment what's its estimated useful life, what it costs to replace right now, and you're setting the money aside so you can pay cash for that equipment in the ideal situation. Purchasing equipment, you can see when you look at this, it bounces around. You know, if you're going to buy something that costs $450,000 or $600,000, you know, you can have a spike in what you need from year to year. That's why we come up with a 10-year average. And so what we're showing is you need to set aside on average $458,000 a year. This is just looking at your funding sources, again, from the fiscal year 2014 study we did 10 years ago. You can see if you look at the annual actual costs, it was about $2.5 million, $2,538,000. 10 years later, it's gone up only a couple $100,000. So that's very small growth. Your primary funding sources are from the, let me back up. Your first funding source is from permit sales. That's only about $340,000. It was about $400,000 10 years ago, but you're at about $341,000 right now. The environmental gross receipts tax, you do use that. I want to clarify that in fiscal year 2024 because the gross receipts tax comes into the general fund. It's assigned to the solid waste operation. And so the remaining amount then comes out of your general fund. Okay, so let's do a little quick benchmarking. So one of the things we did, we looked at 8 other counties. I think it's important to look at what some of your other folks are doing. So these are the counties we looked at. Like I mentioned, we just finished the similar cost service study for Taos. So I'm not going to read through these, but what is important, I want to hit the highlights, and we'll talk about funding mechanisms. But a number of them, we'll start with San Miguel. They charge $167 to $200, depending when it's paid and what have you. But you're required to pay that. Okay. If you go to Torrance, it's $60 a quarter that you're required to pay. So that's $240 a year. You have a couple counties that actually do a curbside collection. Smaller counties are more dense, Rio Arriba, Los Alamos. Taos has a $120 a year fee. I will tell you, they have not raised that in about 14, 15 years. They are looking at some significant increases over the next 2-3 years. Those will probably that fee will probably go up to around $200 or so in the next 3 years. And I stood before their commission when we talked about it. It hadn't been raised. They're like, look, we just, inflation, all these costs have gone up. Okay, so let's talk about some rate design options. So right now, the current system you use, well, let me back up. You use the hybrid, but the first one is 100% punch permit funded. So for instance, some of the counties that I just showed you, they're going to have a punch card and you pay for whatever you use. The thing that's nice about it, it's a pay as you throw. It's equitable because, as much garbage as you generate, you then use that many punch cards. The negative can be that revenue can fluctuate from year to year because it just depends how many punch cards are being used. The hybrid system is what you have right now, where you have punch cards and the current general fund that is used to help cover the cost. So you generate about $400,000 in punch card revenue, and then the remainder is made up through the general fund and the environmental gross receipts tax. And then finally, the other option is 100% funded by a fixed fee or a tax. The thing that's nice about this system, it's a fixed fee. You know it's coming in. That's the example of those counties that have quarterly fees, you know, like Taos or a couple of the others. Just so you know, if you're looking at it from a monthly cost standpoint, the homes that, again, your budget right now for 2024 is about $2.7 million. You've got about 26,000 properties in the county. We're not counting properties in the city, obviously, but that comes out to an annual cost of about $100, $110 per year per household. So let's get to the findings and recommendations. So a couple findings. We would strongly recommend you're setting aside, you know, about $450,000 a year for equipment. You put a lot of miles on those trucks. Right now, you're generating about $350,000 a year through permits, with the remainder, about 2.3 being funded through the environmental gross receipts tax and the general fund. As we showed you, 4 of the 8 counties we surveyed have a mandatory user fee that's paid quarterly. Most of them are all above, well, not most of them, all of them are above $120 per year. And then what we just showed, the one good thing, if you were to charge a fixed fee, as I showed on the prior slide, you would be at $110 to about $120 per household. If you remember on the other slide, a lot of those other counties were like $200, $240. So yours is cheaper from that standpoint, which is a good thing. So recommendations, these are the recommendations I was going to provide you. What we would recommend is you consider looking at a mandatory fixed fee. That would be about $115 to $120. One of the reasons for that, then it's the users of the system, takes pressure off the general fund having to fund that. If you were going to do that, you've got a number of other counties that around you that already use that system, so you can visit with them about how they put that in place. We definitely recommend tracking your capital equipment as far as age and life. And then a couple other things. If you do stay with the current system where it's a mixture, just make sure that those funds continue to be set aside and dedicated to the solid waste utility. One of our concerns is sometimes we'll see when a solid waste utility is funded from a general fund, whether it's a county or city, hey, things get tight, you know, we're starting to hit a slowdown in the economy. We're not going to buy those trucks. Even though the trucks are old, they're breaking down, those things don't happen. And then finally, we'd recommend that you monitor the punch cards because there has been some volatility there. Ultimately, what I want to just emphasize, I gave you my opinion about a fixed fee. It's a policy decision, though. There's not a right or wrong way to fund the system. The key thing is to fund it, and whether it's 100% with a user fee or a mixture of permit fees and the tax, you know, general fund, you know, either of those work. And with that, I'll be glad to take any questions.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bustamante.
It's not so much a question, well, maybe it is. One thing that I've observed in our area is just in the last 2 years, really, maybe 3, there has been a big push for the private curbside pickup now. And I'm wondering how much that is factored into this. Less people are using the transfer station than ever before. And I don't know if that is a variable in how this was reviewed, or if we were going with numbers based on history, but a lot has changed.
Sure. Now, great question. So what we're focused on is the county provides and operates 7 convenience centers. And so those are pretty much a fixed cost in nature. You know, you got those trucks running. I mean, there's a little movement in that, okay, if you're not picking up, you know, if you're hauling roll-off containers, you know, 4 times a week instead of 3 times, or 3 times a week instead of 4 times, yeah, you're saving a little bit, but you've got all those costs. To the extent that you have private haulers that are providing curbside collection, absolutely, that will reduce those, you know, the frequency of those trips. So this is a snapshot picture of where you are right now. One thing to consider possibly, if some of those convenience centers are seeing a decline in usage, you remember I said you provide a high level of service there. It's not uncommon that convenience centers operate 2 or 3 days a week instead of 5 days a week. Again, you want to look at, before you just say, oh, we're going to do that, you want to look at how many trips, you know, people are making. You've got to make sure you're not going to have cars queuing up out on the road and a safety issue. But point is, that is one thing you could consider looking at.
Mr. Hamilton?
Thank you. So it's really interesting when doing the system we do now with the permits that let you pay, you know, pay as you throw, or whatever the expression is.
Yeah.
Only covers a little more than 12% of the actual costs. And yet for a fee that's, you know, not that dissimilar from what it costs for a 12-punch card or however many punches you get. If it's charged per household, it would cover all of the costs? It would cover 100% of those projected costs?
If you, let's see if I can go backwards with this thing.
Theoretically, good, but who knows?
No, the short answer is yes, but now I'm going to put a couple caveats on like a good consultant.
There you go.
Okay. There we go. So, whoops. Okay, so the short answer is yes. If you look at this, you have approximately, again, we work with county to get this housing costs, so there, or the data. So there's about 26,800 properties in the county, again, excluding, you know, urban areas, cities, okay? So if everybody subscribed or paid, yes, right now it would be $102.90, escalating to about $116 4 years out. That would fully fund the system. That assumes then all those folks are going to use those convenience centers. To the extent, as was just mentioned, if some of those folks are using a curbside collection, then there'd be a pushback on why am I paying for that. Now, what Taos has done for that, what they do, and again, their fees are going to go up. Right now, they are currently charging $120 per household. You have a property, you're paying, okay? If you have subscription service, Waste Management's the big operator up there, so I don't want to go to the convenience center and Waste Management comes by. I get a cart from them, by the way, they're going to charge you $40 or $50 a month for that because you're out far, you don't have route density. But for those customers, they pay $30. So what the county says is, okay, you're using the convenience center 100%, you pay $120. Dave, you subscribe to Waste Management, you only pay, you know, I pay Waste Management $40, $50 a month, so I'm paying $500 or $600 a year for that. But then I only pay $30 to the county versus your $120, and then I get like 6 tickets. I get a reduction, you know, I get a quarter of those tickets, and they say, yeah, when you want to get rid of that sofa or whatever, or stuff that's broken down, you can use it.
Okay, so I mean, it's very interesting, and you kind of answered my first question and my second question. So going on to my third question, which was good. And by the way, for the second question, it makes sense. You could do it, somehow figure out the logic of doing some carve-outs, where you would still cover essentially 100% of the cost, but make it more fair depending. So one of the issues that has been brought up over and over is the problem of illegal dumping, so that if you raise costs on like punch card, we've never been able to even achieve what was, you know, from more than a decade ago, as you pointed out, the intent of trying to cover the costs of dumping, of operating our system, because of tremendous complaints about, you know, to continue to raise the price of the permits.
Mm-hmm.
And the argument has always been that that just encourages illegal dumping. Do you have any information from counties that do this kind of per household charge? Whether because you then get free use it's not free, you pay an annual
Right.
fee, and then everybody gets to use this as much as they need to. Does that reduce the
Well,
illegal
and
dumping
look-
problem?
Sure. So I'll answer that. First of all, just to be clear, you use that, you know, let's just wave a magic wand and the county has gone, everybody's paying a set amount. You still would get punch cards, so you can bring a certain amount of loads. If you use up more than that, then you have to buy more punch cards. What you don't want to do is just say, yeah, bring everything, whatever, because then you can get folks, and we've seen this in some areas. I mean, you'll get some very ingenious folks that they run a little private collection business where they're picking up people's trash in pickups. It's happening in Taos, it happens elsewhere, and, you know, they're bringing a lot more than one person's garbage. So
Of course, if every household, so whether I carry only my trash or my trash and my neighbor's trash, my neighbor still has to pay the same $120 a year that I have to pay. So I'm not sure what difference it makes, although I'm kind of with you generically. There clearly have to be some limits, and maybe there would also have to be limits for big ticket items. You still have to pay for that, not just
Yeah.
bags of household trash.
So to be clear, with that $120, so every house in Taos pays $120 unless they're getting a private coming picking up their trash, then they only pay $30. But they get a set number of punch tickets, okay? So if they're bringing a lot of trash, again, they can't just bring unlimited. They have a certain amount of punch tickets. So if they start bringing a lot, then they're going to have to purchase additional punch tickets. So that does prevent the creative guy that's bringing a pickup. Because if he brings a pickup that's heaped, that's like 4 punch tickets. One punch ticket's for like 8 bags, 8 hefty bags. You put a limit on that punch ticket. So you come with 6 or 8 bags, that's 1 punch ticket. You come with a pickup with 30 bags in the back, that's going to be like 4 punch tickets.
Okay, why? I'm still not sure that I see exactly how it makes a difference. If the annual cost of operating the centers is based on a history of usage, so we know how much tonnage we have to do, we know how much trash everybody has to throw.
Right.
Anyway, and so does the limit that you're suggesting or that these other counties put on represent approximately a household's annual trash load? Or
That's
a
what they're
fraction of it?
doing. And then honestly, they'll be the first to tell you when I was in Taos, and, you know, I'm talking with the operators there, and they go, yeah, you know, sometimes we're, you know, because they don't want to deal with someone getting upset, you know, and so they just say, yeah, fine, 1 punch ticket, and you bring it in. But the reason you want to do that, you're right, in the big picture, they're getting the revenue, they're okay. But what it's encouraging is these folks on the side that are bringing trash in and they're hauling illegally. They're not certified garbage haulers. You have to have a license to do that. So they really don't want to encourage that. That's the biggest thing. You're correct. From a revenue standpoint, you're going to be okay. Let's go back to the illegal dumping question, though. So there's always a balance with that. And I actually, about 20 years ago, spent a good amount of time. We were developing environmental enforcement, illegal dumping manuals in the state for the states of Missouri and Iowa. And we would do workshops. We had code enforcement officers out and all those things. So the big thing you'd emphasize is convenient and affordable garbage collection. So you want to make it reasonably priced, okay? It's got to be affordable. Didn't say free, okay? It's got to be affordable. It's got to be convenient. And so there's always a balance with that. One of the things they found, though, you can have people and you can have free, and there's going to be people that will just, and they've seen it. They're going to go dump it in an arroyo anyhow. You could have it free, and they're still going to dump. It's just they're going to do that. So from our standpoint, you want to have a reasonable price. If you, and again, I'm not saying you should go to this system. I mean, I like it, but if every house were charged $115, $120, or you did a discount if they have, a private service, you can fund the system, and it puts you in good shape financially. And that price right there is pretty close to what you're paying. They're paying $110 right now for a dozen punch tickets. So your costs are very comparable. Your costs aren't going up. $9 a month for garbage is cheap. It just is in reality.
Yeah, I mean, I actually like this idea, at least on first presentation. So one final question. Because you mentioned, and everything you said made sense about the capital and, saving money and stuff. But one of the recommendations was that we really carefully track that. Do we not do that? I mean, I thought we actually did track that in our budgets, but...
You're tracking the equipment, the age, the mileage, the thing that we would, and we run into this problem, so trust me, when I say this is not like, oh, Santa Fe County, this is the first time I've ever seen it. Everybody gets busy. One of the biggest challenges we see with our clients on fleet services is good tracking of repair costs, what's called preventative maintenance, and then brake jobs. These trucks put a lot of miles on, there's wear and tear on them, but it would be, if you can track better those costs by year, you can really track those trucks that have to be replaced and those that don't, and not do it just based on age. We had a client in Wyoming, they had a 20-year-old truck. That thing just kept going, and they tracked their operating costs. Instead, they had a lemon they had gotten that was like 4 years old that was just costing them an arm. So they got rid of the 4-year-old and they kept the 20-year-old for a while longer. Yeah. So just tracking that cost data, and that's something a lot of solid waste utilities, because now solid waste is coordinating with fleet services, and that can be a challenge sometimes.
So it's really more specific asset management.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. It's very interesting.
If I could, Mr. Chair, and if I'm getting a detail wrong, the other component of that is the option being presented would set this up as a true enterprise fund, which it is not now. And so if it were set up in that way, you would be tracking the accumulated capital in that fund in order to make those revenue replacements. Now, as a practical matter, that's being done outside of the revenue stream because we fund fixed assets through budgeted cash. And so I think that was a component that I also heard the consultant try to articulate, is that if it was a true true enterprise fund, you would be making sure to capture those costs internally, build up that fund balance so that you could pay for those assets in cash. Did I miss the point of that?
No, that's spot on.
No, that's great. I get it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. So, like 8 years ago, we, before we were on this board, the county basically decided to have some experimental areas like Rancho Viejo. I don't know if El Dorado does it, Las Campanas, but areas around the city. And we kind of ordered them to have haulers. I worked with my constituents in Las Campanas because they were having like 5 different haulers. I said, just, make a deal with one hauler, less tear and wear. And they did that and they're completely happy. So we've done this kind of thing of making constituents that live around the city basically have haulers. They're required to do that. And they don't use our transfer stations. I mean, maybe some of them do, but most of them are done through the HOAs. So, I see where you're going. I understand the idea. I mean, trash in general is expensive. And $9 a trip to a transfer station is cheap, as you said. So we've already set up this one way for residents, constituents to have their trash taken care of by requiring them to have these haulers, and then we're going to tell them, oh, well, now you don't need to have a hauler. You can just pay this amount, or you pay $30 additional to a year. I think it's a year, $30 additional a year. And I mean,
what I would do there, just to help with that, those folks that have private haulers, and you're right, you want to contract with one hauler versus having 4 or 5, because it's a huge wear and tear on streets. It just tears them up. But so most of those folks, they probably are not going to want to get rid of their private hauler. They like that. I know my wife would rather haul the garbage can when I'm traveling out to the street versus hauling it 10 miles. So those folks aren't going to get rid of that. Okay. So if you were to go to this fee, again, I'll use the example at Taos. It's $110, $115. That's for the households that do not have a curbside collection. And then you could do that fee for the folks that have curbside. They pay $20 or $30. They get a handful of permits that they can use when they have those big bulky items. Here's the other way to look at it. Right now, those folks, they live in the county. They're paying for subscription. And then the shortfall that's funded through the general fund, they're paying for it there. So, paying one way or another.
I get it. I mean, I was just bringing that up as an example. I appreciate the presentation. Trash is always an issue. I'm happy I live in the city and they collect it right outside my door. And it's like $20 a month. So that's $240 a year.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next would be presentation on New Mexico County. Do we want to take a break? I think we should take a quick break. We'll take a quick 5-minute break.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I was going to subtitle or give this an alternate title of Shot of Novocaine to the Brain relative to insurance basics, but I hope that this is part of continuing trend to have representatives of the Board of County Commissioners on our various boards report back to the full board in terms of things that are happening, so that you have that feedback loop from your representatives. So the presentation is going to be brought up. I'm not going to wait for it to start. In that I want to keep us on track, and Sarah gave me a strict 7-minute time limit in terms of doing a presentation. So the things I hope to cover today are to go over a little bit of pooling basics. In addition, I want to talk a little bit about the purposes behind governmental risk pools, give you a brief overview of the New Mexico County Insurance Authority history in terms of how we got to our current setup, talk briefly, but really give you information about the governance of NMCIA, and then finally talk about some of the recent developments at the New Mexico County Insurance Authority. So in terms of pooling basics, and this is a very simplified version, generally speaking, governments as well as individuals or businesses, you can insure risks through self-insurance. You're setting aside your own resources to pay claims as they come in, or you can transfer that risk to another entity through insurance. And then again, sometimes those work in tandem and often do. Your car insurance with a deductible is a combination. The deductible is your self-insurance. The part of the risk that's taken on by your insurance company is what's insured. So governmental risk pools consist of member governments who pool their self-insurance reserves and purchase insurance, including reinsurance, for the benefit of their members. And the simplest illustration I could give of this is if you had 10 governmental entities or counties that each reserved $1 million for third-party liability claims. If they pool those resources together, then they're able to cover 10 $1 million claims, 5 $2 million claims, or one extraordinary $10 million claims. That's pooling in a nutshell. There are benefits to doing that because if you look at the county's claims experience or the claim experience of any other governmental entity, it's not consistent. There are, good years and there are bad years, and so you have to plan for those bad years. And by pooling resources, you're better able to do that collectively than if you're doing it on your own. In terms of why those governmental risk pools exist, first there was the benefit I just described about being able to pool your assets. But the reality is that the pools came to exist and have grown and have changed the way they do business because of the vagaries or instability, if you will, of the private insurance market. Oftentimes, private coverage is not available at all. It could be not renewed on minimal notice, or it could be not available at reasonable, stable, or sustainable rates. In addition, because they're member-owned organizations, then the members have greater control over significant program features, such as what the coverages are, what loss prevention services are offered, as well as the settlement of claims. Generally speaking, pools are going to have lower or reduced overhead and administration cost, and there's no profit motive, so they're not building into the rate structure profits that are necessary to pay investors for the money that they're having. There's also stability in terms of long-term coverage being offered. And in the particular case of the New Mexico County Insurance Authority and New Mexico counties, a large portion of New Mexico County's budget comes from New Mexico County Insurance Authority, and that New Mexico Counties is the administrator for the insurance pool and gets paid for those services. So providing a little bit of examples relative to those topics. I am told in 1995, just in terms of the short notice and lack of stability, the Risk Management Division of the state of New Mexico used to provide coverage for law enforcement and jail operations. That was canceled on 60 days notice, and that caused the counties to augment the offerings of their then multi-line pool. In terms of flexibility over program features and coverages, you might recall a few years ago, those who were on the board when we were looking at medical malpractice insurance through the private market, the last quote that we received was $1 million in premium for for coverages that were $1 million per occurrence and $3 million aggregate. So basically, we were going to pay the insurance carrier $1 million in order to potentially get $1 million in coverage back. New Mexico County Insurance Authority, worked with Santa Fe County to offer medical malpractice coverage to the county at a much more reasonable rate. If we were fully staffed, it would be this year $120,000. So again, gives you that sense of member control over those program features. The reduced administration costs, New Mexico County Insurance Authority has a legal bureau, so a lot of their, a lot of claims are handled by in-house attorneys. That creates great efficiencies because you're paying them a salary rather than paying them for the work they do on an hourly basis. And stability in terms of the coverage will be there in the long run. I am told in talking to New Mexico County Insurance Authority staff, current and previous, that there's only ever been one county who was expelled and denied coverage in the history of the various pools due to their inability to control their claims. So again, the coverage will be offered, the terms may vary, but it's that notion that, unlike a private carrier who can just exit a market and say, we're no longer going to underwrite, wildfire risk, or we're not going to provide hurricane coverage in hurricane-prone areas, New Mexico counties and other governmental pools are in it for the long run. So I'm just going to give a brief overview. The first pool was created in July 1987, and that was the Workers' Compensation Fund. That's when the Workers' Compensation Fund, JPA, went into effect. Approximately a year and a half later, another separate entity was created to cover or to offer multi-line coverages, which would include, general liability, slip and fall cases, as well as law enforcement coverages. In addition, the current state came into existence in January 1 of 2020, which was the effective date of the New Mexico County Insurance Authority Joint Powers Agreement. So formerly you had two pools and two boards. They were consolidated down into one. The governance was consolidated under a single board of directors. While they're separately tracked, the assets and liabilities of all the lines of coverage are now accounted for collectively. And in addition, while this has not yet been utilized, the NMCIA was authorized to provide coverages to non-county political subdivisions and other public entities to diversify its business. The board of directors, generally speaking, there is geographic and population representation for all of the non-Class A counties. And then Class A counties each get their own individual representative or their own director on the board. And Bernalillo County, because of its size, has two directors. There are also some non-voting members that are able to participate in board meetings as well. I'm not really going to spend too much time talking about the duties of the board. Suffice it to say, the board, has decision-making authority over big picture items such as, what coverages are going to be offered, what the contributions are going to be, any special assessment, whether to settle, and if so, at what price. Significant claims would be the things that I would highlight. Separate and apart from the board of directors, each county that is a member has a member representative, and they meet once a year. Their powers are, really high level, such as to elect directors to serve on the board of directors, amend the joint powers agreement, or to decide to terminate the joint powers agreement and to terminate NMCIA. So I wanted to really focus my attention on a few recent developments from NMCIA that are really designed to help ensure the long-term sustainability of NMCIA. First, the entity began operating on January 1st of 2022, but NMCIA actually created a separate insurance company. Its name is New Mexico County Reinsurance, Inc., and it's what's known as a captive insurance company, which means that it only exists to insure its parent. And so this entity is set up only to provide insurance, primarily reinsurance, to New Mexico County Insurance Authority. So again, it's wholly owned by NMCIA. It's domiciled in Utah. The reason it's not domiciled in New Mexico is that New Mexico doesn't have a captive insurance law, and so we had to find another state that would allow us to do that. It is a regulated insurance company, so it is regulated by the Utah Insurance Department, and again, its purpose is limited to providing insurance to NMCIA. So the reasons that this was done is that it provides, hopefully increasing or stabilize, access to the reinsurance market. Pools are not insurance companies. So New Mexico County Insurance Authority is not an insurance company. We're not regulated by the superintendent of insurance. As a result, some private carriers are leery of doing business with a pool because it's not a regulated entity, and they're more comfortable, dealing with entities such as themselves who are actually regulated by insurance regulators of a state. In addition, because we set up a separate entity to specifically help with the reinsurance needs of NMCIA, it is a source of reinsurance to NMCIA, but again, can partner with other insurance companies to cover those claims and those those claim limits that are above what are self-retained or self-insured by NMCIA. In addition, because it is a regulated entity, it is a means, frankly, to protect ourselves from ourselves, because the fund balance is now in a separate entity that has separate governance and is overseen by an insurance carrier. So if you were going to try and do something with that fund balance, you would actually have to get the approval of the regulators. A second significant recent development is that the NMCIA Board of Directors undertook a capital adequacy study and developed a new policy on capital adequacy. The prior policy established as a aspirational intention that the NMCIA would maintain a minimum 1 year's budget as unrestricted fund balance. That would equate to approximately $42 million. The need to do a more robust analysis was identified by the Board of Directors during an October 2022 strategic planning. And what resulted from that was a capital adequacy assessment that was performed by PricewaterhouseCoopers. In essence, what PwC did was sort of quantify the risk that faced NMCIA as an entity and applied similar modeling as to what an insurance company would do. And as indicated in the slide, it referenced standards that are applicable to insurance companies by rating agencies and regulators. And it presented the board with a couple of different options with ranges. Ultimately, what the Board of Directors of NMCI chose was that the minimum net position or unrestricted fund balance that the board should have is $31 million, which would allow NMCIA to meet a 1 in 20-year capital event. So if there was a draw on capital, meaning an extraordinary number of claims, high frequency, high dollar amounts, or other potential risk, that the board would be able to withstand that 1 in 20-year capital event. The range that was developed above the minimum, the lower bound was a net position of $54 million, which correlates to a 1 in 200-year capital event. And the upper bound translates to a 2 or twice 1 in 200-year capital event, should that happen. And the point being that there does come a point at which reserves become excessive, and that's why the upper bound is put in place. The ultimate target is right in the middle of that range, which is $81.5 million. The assessment, showed that, the currently NMCI needs to increase its net position to get to that lower bound. The policy provides that that should be accomplished over a reasonable period of time, and the board opted to do that over 3 fiscal years, from fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 27. Special assessments were issued in April, so this month, based upon members' contributions to the various lines of coverage. The county's total capital adequacy assessment is just north of $1 million, which we have the option to pay over 3 years. And again, that's the goal of getting to the minimum or lower bound, of the capital adequacy range. And then the final thing that I want to emphasize in terms of long-term sustainability, and this gets back to the benefits you have of being a member of NMCIA, or that we have, is that it's able to do creative things in order to meet the needs of its members. One of the consistent challenges throughout the state is policy development and training with regard to law enforcement operations. Number one, you need subject matter experts who are staying abreast of changes in the legal environment. You also need the bandwidth and capacity to write and update policies, and then you further need regular training on those policies. And so when you stack all those things up against daily operations of law enforcement operations, it can be a challenge to make sure that your policies are up to date, legally compliant, and that folks are regularly trained on them. Recognizing that need, the board of directors agreed to invest almost $1.4 million in a contract with an entity called Lexipol. And Lexipol will provide services to all county sheriffs statewide to provide them with policies and updates that are developed by public safety attorneys and other subject matter experts. They continuously keep apprised of both changes to legal requirements as well as evolving best practices and recommend policy changes proactively in real time. In addition, they offer daily training bulletins and a knowledge management system to help keep track of those policies, make sure that they've been acknowledged by officers, make sure that the officers are doing their regular trainings. I want to emphasize this doesn't mean that, our legal department or the county sheriff's office is no longer involved in that. Ultimately, they have to be signed off on. But the point is that you're now bringing a resource to bear that benefits the entire county, benefits all law enforcement operations, and by extension, all of our citizens, by making sure that everybody's policies are up to date and comply with current legal standards and best practices, whether that's with, pursuits of vehicles, use of force, what have you. So again, and I'm just going to summarize what I hope to get across in the presentation. New Mexico County Insurance Authority, I wouldn't think of it as an insurance company. It's not. It's really a partnership among member counties. The contributions and assessments are really investments to ensure the long-term viability of that partnership, and that NMCIA will continue to be able to be there when other options are not. That probably counsels us not to think about coverages as a commodity where you're looking for the lowest price, because again, we're a partner in NMCIA and it's there for our long-term benefit. I like to think that the NMCIA Board of Directors is being proactive to ensure that as an entity it's built to last. And then finally, I just want to emphasize the focus of NMCIA on loss prevention and risk management, as well as to help our operations be, as top-notch as they can. I mentioned the Lexipol services. There are others. They have an accreditation program for adult detention facilities, for county sheriffs, and for other operations. And finally, they're very proactive in providing pre-claim advice. Even before you have a claim, you can call and talk to NMCIA attorneys about potential personnel matters, what have you, which is a great benefit, both to smaller counties that might not have on-staff legal departments, but I think Jeff would attest to it, can also be a benefit even to counties who do, because you have an outsider and another set of ears and eyes to provide advice. Included in the packet material are some reference documents, including the Joint Powers Agreement, the bylaws, the deductible and coverage options that we selected for calendar year 2024, as well as the special assessment we received for capital adequacy and the board's policy on capital adequacy. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Hamilton.
That was great. It was so easy to understand. I wish we had gotten this years ago, but of course we couldn't have. I mean, I'm sure some of it developed. Plus, I think it's amazing that a capital adequacy study was done. That's right on. And frankly, it doesn't. 80 million is higher than 42 million in capital assets, and have to build it up. But we weren't that far off, so it was very cool that you did that. I think that's really good to hear. There's a piece I just don't understand, and it has to do with the reinsurance. So probably it may not be necessary for me to understand, but if we, that is our partnership, the New Mexico County's partnership, started this reinsurance company just to be able to do reinsurance for us, which is like when you need more insurance than what your capital lets you do, right? Isn't that? Well, maybe you might want to clarify. Maybe that's part of my misunderstanding of what we use reinsurance for. But how are they funded? Like, isn't it like our insurance pool? Is for the main company is funded by inputs from each county, right? It's our money. We're just pooling it to do stuff with. Did we fund the reinsurance company? I mean,
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, yes. And so part of, and in the capital adequacy assessment, just to be clear, that is factored into because it is a wholly owned subsidiary, so that is captured. Part of available fund balance was invested in the reinsurance company so that it had adequate capital to start doing business. In addition, when it agrees to reinsure New Mexico County Insurance Authority, we pay a premium to it. So it builds up its own. Yes, so it's two things. There was an initial capital investment, and then we pay a premium for any risk that it is agreeing to take on for the benefit of NMCIA.
that's great. Thanks a lot.
Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the very dry topic. You made it interesting. Good job. So the reinsurance company, is it all the pool of money that they have, sort of building on Commissioner Hamilton's, is all the money coming from us, or have they entered into deals with other reinsurers to pool their reinsurance program? Because you said other companies wouldn't be so thrilled to do business with somebody that wasn't regulated. We created one that was regulated. Was that so that they could reinsure the reinsurance company, sort of, or create a reinsurance pool?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, yes, that could be done in time. At this time, because of the hard market for law enforcement, it does not have any such active reinsurance arrangements. But our hope is that over time it could explore those options as commercial carriers become less weary of covering law enforcement risk to include county jails. I hope that answers your question.
Sort of 99% of it. So, but the goal of that reinsurance was for that ability to go out there to play in that other pool, because we would be regulated, and then we would have a track record over 5 years. Maybe the market changes, and then we can go into a different format.
That is exactly correct.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Commissioner Hanson.
Yeah, so with this Lexi pool, the training company, so it's required by all the companies to participate in that, and is it also required for the risk management to get the training there also?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Hanson, it is specific to law enforcement, and so it's specific to county sheriffs and their policies, and so the training is specific to their deputies. It was not made mandatory as a condition of coverage, but we did actively solicit feedback from county sheriffs who were, to the best of my knowledge, uniformly in favor of this because of the struggles that I mentioned just in terms of keeping up to date and updating your policies. So I believe my expectation is that participation will be close to 100%, if not 100%, by county sheriffs statewide.
And then what about risk management?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, so certainly they'll have access to the policies, but because they don't arrest people or implement them, the training would not be of value or as much value.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Well, thank you, Greg. That was very interesting. That takes us to matters of public concern, right? So, ma'am, who is here to speak to us, you may come forward. Daniel, do you want to set a 3-minute timer?
Hopefully this will only take 1 minute. First, apologies. I didn't understand the process, and I should have spoken when it was being talked about, the La Cienega well water contamination. My name is Phyllis Baca. I have a 40-year home there, and we're also part of the Baca Ranch, which has about 1,500 feet of river frontage through our property, which has deposits coming through. We do have one well on the ranch. We were proposing to do another well for Pinon Farm this year, but we're going to put that off to see what happens with everything. I would like to thank all of you for your support at the town hall. You saw what happened there. Most of you were able to attend, and there was 250 people plus streaming out the doors. Thank you for coming. That's when I decided to get involved. I wanted to do 3 things with everybody, and thank you, Santa Fe County. They've all left. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante, La Cienega Valley Association. I'm a separate entity from all of those, but I've had support from all of you to start reaching out to all of the people from a grassroots point of view to get information out to them, to keep the narrative consistent, what people know, how they know it. I have little filters from Consumer Reports. Their big concern, what's my water? Should I drink it? I can't afford anything. Thank you for passing the grant today. This is going to be such good news at the pancake breakfast, and it sounded like within a couple of weeks we'll have grant applications for these people. In the meantime, we will just get the word out to them. Hopefully we'll have everybody who is eligible start applying to these to put something under their sink and get their water tested. This has been a huge concern. All I can say is thank you, everybody. Wherever I reached, I had immediate response from the county, the La Cienega Valley Association, everybody. I'm just a grandma with a chemical engineering degree who stands on the side of the road and says, I can understand whatever's given at me, and I want to get the word out to you because I'm retired. But thank you again so much for everything that you've done and the future support. Rachel, Shelley, Commissioner Bustamante, just everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody online with their
Mr.
hand?
Chair, we did have one person pre-register to speak virtually by the name of Chris Michels. I do not see him online, nor do I see any other members of the public online.
Mr. Chair, may I address the board in noting that Phyllis Baca has been standing on Saturdays out near the Las Golondrinas, putting signs up on her own and giving information to community members and counting each one that comes by, all on her own, and stepped up. I'm super grateful for your the trust that the community has in you, given your chemical engineering degree, and your willingness to spend time to be here all afternoon to just tell us thank you. So I'm very grateful for the work that you're doing, sincerely. She goes to meetings and people trust what she has to say, and that goes a long way. She's been working very closely with Shelley, and we're absolutely grateful. So thank you.
Okay, so no more public comment? Okay, that's closed. Greg, were you going to suggest that we move the executive session up a little bit?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I think that we are, yes, was going to be my suggestion, though we're getting there in due time, so I think that would be appropriate to go there now.
Okay. Somebody care to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd move that.
Before we go into executive session, I wanted to at least
have to do that.
give us some ideas on what we might talk about. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I would ask that we go into executive session to discuss bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations between the Board of County Commissioners and collective bargaining units as allowed by Section 10-15-1H5. And that's specifically including discussion of bargaining strategy, preliminary to collective bargaining and negotiations with ASME 1782, ASME 1413, ASME 1413-M, IAFF 4366, NMCPSO Deputy Sheriffs, and NMCPSO RECC. And I don't expect that it will take too terribly long, so approximately maybe 30 minutes or so.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd move that we go into executive session for the purposes that the county attorney just delineated.
And I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Green. We need a roll call.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hansen,
Yes.
Commissioner Camilla Bustamante,
Yes.
and Chair Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, motion passes. We'll break for executive session.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Armin Aragog, U.S. Army National Guard. Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin-Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragog, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragog, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto.
Executive session, and the only thing that was spoken about was what was on the agenda, and no action was taken.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hanson, second by Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No? Okay. We're out of executive session and we're on to matters from the county manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair and Commissioners, excuse me. I have a few miscellaneous updates. First, just wanted to acknowledge the efforts of the community and volunteers and county staff relative to Earth Day. I believe all county commissioners were present at Hondo Fire Station 1 and were able to witness the new rain garden and its various features. In addition, we did receive information from the Keep Santa Fe's Beautiful's executive director, Carol Branch, about the Great American Cleanup event, which shattered previous records, I'm told. There were 28.5 tons of trash that were collected as part of that event. There were 2,442 volunteers who participated and 20 schools that participated in the Great American Cleanup event. So Ms. Branch wanted to thank and acknowledge, which I will also pass along, the special efforts of Nav Khalsa, the county's volunteer coordinator, who helped organize our cleanup efforts, as well as Justin Martinez, the utilities operations foreman, who collected the trash throughout the county. There are special meetings, budget study sessions planned that should all be on your calendar for this Friday, next Monday, next Wednesday, as well as next Friday. We look forward to working with you on the operating budget. In addition, the Sundance Film Institute is looking to potentially relocate its annual film festival starting in 2027. The Santa Fe Film Office is working on a response to a request for information to potentially participate in that process as a potential location. And I'll keep you informed as that process moves forward. So those are really all the updates that I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll go to matters from county commissioners. Commissioner, should we start this way, Hanson? No? Commissioner Green?
Sure.
Start with you.
I'll do it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ambra and myself went up to Chupadero yesterday to meet with the water co-op. They were having their monthly meeting. We were happy to tell them that their new well had come online and it was producing. It is in its 30-day testing period, and they will be testing for production as well as water quality over the next 30 days with a goal of turning that portion of the system over to them once the contractor is done with that. They've also requested a look at a community plan. They've watched how Tesuque and San Marcos went through their community plan recently, and they actually discussed a way to maybe see if we could do one for them up there. And so I will be bringing that forward and putting that request to growth management and the planning folks to see how we can cycle that into our capacity to do that. In the subject of broadband, the broadband working group is doing its thing. We're in a portion of our planning that is the challenge period. And so what's going on now is the FCC and the state broadband office have maps that delineate eligibility to census block groups for broadband money that has come from the federal government through to the state. The state receives $675 million. And if your census block group, which there are 124 of them in Santa Fe County, if those census block groups show as served, they're not going to be eligible for money. So what we're asking everybody to do around Santa Fe County, and it's on the front page of Santa Fe County's website, we put together a survey to ask people to tell us how their broadband is at home, and to test it and to tell us how it works, whether they're having good customer service. There's something like 30 questions or something, 25 questions in the survey. And we posted that survey late last week, and as of this morning, we had 83 submissions to the survey, which I'm being told was spectacular. People expected like a dozen, and to have 83 in just a few days, and we have a few more weeks to get them. We need this to produce these challenges. And so there's a bunch in each one of our districts. And so we're putting together a master plan, a broadband plan. All of your districts, all of our districts need people to challenge their map. So whether it's in Glorieta, Commissioner Hamilton, whether it's in La Cienega, Commissioner Bustamante, whether it's in El Dorado, Commissioner Hughes, and Agua Fria Village, Commissioner Hanson, all of our districts have areas that we need people to challenge the map. And then when we challenge the map, we can potentially overturn and update the map to allow these areas to be eligible for money.
I think Las Campanas might be a better solution.
Possibly. So there's in District 2, there's a bunch of them. But yes, each of our districts have them, and we'd love to go over them with you in the next few weeks. But if you can, I know that your liaisons have already sent out some information regarding this. That's probably one of the reasons why we have 83 submissions. I reviewed some of them this morning, and it was spectacular. I mean, people tell us a lot of great information about what they're bummed out about, what they're happy about, you name it. And hopefully we'll get hundreds of these and be able to use this to challenge the map and then go for money for this. Tomorrow I'm going down to Albuquerque to meet with the UNM students that are with a draft presentation of the Collaboration Center. And I will hopefully tell you that it was spectacular, but we're optimistic about that. The other portion of UNM Anderson's feasibility study is working its way through their process, and they are putting together a working group that hopefully will be impaneled in the next 30 or so days with participation from 16 member organizations around the state. As you've probably heard, there is going to be a special session at the legislature regarded mostly to public safety. And given that we deal with public safety here at the counties and the cities, of course, as well, but because we deal with it at the jails, with our jail, I had this conversation with the county manager and with some folks at the DA's office to say, do we want to start to put together some recommendations so it's not just legislators and the governor's office that are putting together suggestions, but that we actually get ahead of this and maybe work with our legislators to have some better solutions for the problems that we see, chronically on our streets and in our neighborhoods. And so I don't know how and when, but we have about 2 months until that special session. And so I throw it out to all of us to say, do we want to maybe create a working group that works with counties around the state to sort of say, this is how we're dealing with it on the ground, and maybe we can come up with some better solutions. Also, the interim legislative sessions are going through their organizing meetings in the month of May, starting very shortly. And if there are any policy issues that we want to start to talk about, this is the time. If they're not on the agenda for the interim meetings, they won't get talked about during the interim. And if they're not talked about during the interim, they have a low likelihood of getting dealt with during the session. So this is the time right now for us to decide what our priorities are that we would like to get on the interim for discussion, and then get it cycled through for the session. And again, if you remember, this is going to be a 60-day session this coming year. And if we do not take this opportunity this year, it's another 2-year wait for the next one. So this is your last chance to work on this for 2.5 years right now. So I recommend that we think about a few topics that we want to put on the work plans for these things. It doesn't mean you have to have the presentation ready right now, but it's a topic that you want to have discussed sometime during the interim sessions. Lastly, my apologies for stepping out for 30 minutes. I had to address the proposed P&M tree cutting and City of Santa Fe tree cutting over in Fort Marcy Park. And I gave a nice little speech over there for 3 or 4 minutes. It was well received, and I appreciate you carrying on without me. And thank you for dealing with all of that.
So on Saturday, even though it was kind of a rainy, cold day, I went to the spring runoff that we had sponsored out at the brewing company, and it was really highly amazing. I mean, first of all, it was like cars packed beyond what you could even imagine. And so I visited Juan and Andy and a number of other booths, and they had music and food, and it was really a great event. And as I said earlier, a lot of young entrepreneurs, and I was really surprised. I mean, I went there because I figured we should show up since we were sponsors. And I had no idea it would be such a great event. But so next year, I highly recommend everybody go there. I was happy to attend the Keep America Beautiful with all the city councilors and the ribbon cutting or the kickoff in the morning at the Siler Road area. And that was fun, and people cleaned up in their neighborhoods, and I met some of my neighbors who were cleaning up and handed out bags, and it was fun. And then the next thing I want to mention is that I know that we are a small sponsor of the Next Generation Water Summit this year, but we're only doing $1,000. And it seems the city of Santa Fe does $40,000. It seems like it would be a good idea if we found some extra money to help support the Next Generation Water Summit. I think everybody on this commission supports the water and attends the Water Summit. I mean, I know Commissioner Hamilton does. I know myself, Commissioner Hughes, and probably Commissioner Green have. So if maybe Juan, since he seems to like sponsoring these kinds of things, has some extra money in his budget, maybe they could go in with sustainability, because sustainability doesn't seem to have any more money in their budget. But maybe Juan Torres could find some money to take it up to at least $5,000 for this year, and then we could in the future years do $10,000. Because I think the Next Generation Water Summit has some really important speakers, and this year it will be at the Roundhouse on June 20th. So if any of my other colleagues here on the board want to support that idea, I would appreciate it. And that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, I'll speak to that later. And we'll start with Commissioner Bustamante.
A few things. Got some really cool information about microgrids in Taos County. And I know that I wanted to mention that here today because one thing that we don't have in certain parts of our county is the ability, and I recognize it's not our utility, it's not what we do, at least not right now, but we don't have the ability in certain parts of District 3 to put any more solar. It's beyond capacity. And right now, after hearing about what was happening in Taos County and that they're setting up 3 separate microgrids in partnership with Sandia National Labs, or I shouldn't say partnership, it's not exactly how it rolls, but I've mentioned before that we worked with Sandia that got us some batteries, and having the capability of islanding, it's about energy resilience. It was so great to hear about it happening at their Pueblo and then 2 other more remote locations, and it would actually lessen some of the concerns that community members are having with regard to these large macro grid structures, solar structures that are being proposed. As well, May 4th is the famous burro race in Cerrillos, and I invite you to go because it's fun. Cerrillos is a nice place to be, but when you watch those donkeys, I guess they get mad if you call them a donkey, so the burro comes across the line. Some of them are trained for pack racing, which who knew? But some of them are like, come on! And it's just fun to be there. So if there's something that you want to do and get out on Saturday, go check out the burro race. It's just a hoot. And then lastly, we all came together. I'm still grateful, but I believe it was unnecessary to have the special meeting. And I raised this as more of a, why were we all required to meet and approve something that was essentially civilians doing county work? What it boiled down to, and I'm grateful for everybody who showed up along the road, taking it to the county transportainer, the roll-off bin, but the fact was, They weren't like cleaning up their yards and throwing it. This wasn't private use. These were community members cleaning up county roads. Why are we having to pull together a special meeting to allow them to do otherwise what the county should be responsible for maintaining? We should be grateful, happy, give them the roll-off, go clean up the streets. Thank you very much. Life is good. But that's not what we did. We all got together very quickly, and it's fine. It's the way it was. But for future reasons, for future purposes, when we have a cleanup day and they're cleaning county roads, I think we should consider that that maybe isn't appropriate, that we have a special meeting or a meeting at all in the event that they're cleaning up something that is otherwise public property. So, wow, I got that off my chest. Thank you. All right, that's all I have. Thanks.
Mr. Hamilton.
I actually just wanted to, like the county manager, thank everybody for the Earth Day event, which actually took place in District 4, and it was so cool. And what the county and with sustainability department and working with Public Works and other departments developed an incredibly good project, did it beautifully, organized the events so that there was a strong public participation and everybody seemed to enjoy it, and there was so much information, and it was just really well done. The county does a lot of really amazing things, and I'm actually quite pleased that it was in District 4 because I think we need a lot more of those kinds of installations, and there are a lot more applications we could do using that sort of thing, and it helps individuals, and it also helps the county in general, like society in general, for retaining water and conserving water. And it just is going to become more and more important, and the associated soil conservation things. And extemporaneously, I want to say that what Commissioner Bustamante just brought up about microgrids seems incredibly important, and I'd like to get more information from you, but it's something that would be very interesting to figure out how we could apply it, especially to particular communities who don't have options already, but also for long-term sustainability and as a good option to some of these some other solar installations that have may have less issues in the future, but clearly have give some concerns to people. So very interesting to bring up, and thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, I also appreciated the Earth Day, and I just wanted to especially thank the ranger who gave a presentation about beavers. I thought that was fascinating with pictures and everything. And then in terms of the Next Gen Water Conference, that's what it's called?
Next Generation Water Summit.
Next Generation Water Summit. I understood, County Manager, that we could authorize $5,000. Is that true?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, we're evaluating potential budgetary resources and savings to see if that's something that we can support. I'll report back to the board during one of our budget study sessions as to those efforts and confirm that that's an expenditure that the board would like to see made.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Are there's no objections from the board?
I'm amenable. Huh?
No, there's no objection.
No objections.
Okay. Commissioner Hanson?
So I forgot to mention, Commissioner Bustamante reminded me, May 4th also is Love Your Watershed Day, and Alto Park in the city of Santa Fe. And since I'm on the River Commission, we'll be having a booth there. It's from 10 to 1, so you can still go to the donkey races. And then on May 11th, I'm going to have coffee and tea under the trees at Reunity Resources. It'll be the first one for this season. And City Water Director John Dupuy will be there, along with Hannah from the Interstate Stream Commission. So we'll have a duo pair speaking about water. So the theme, I guess, for the month of May is Love Your Watershed on May 4th, and water protection and Interstate Stream Commission issues on May 11th.
Okay. Thank you. And well, now we can move along to other elected officials. Daniel, are there any elected officials online?
Mr. Chair, there are not.
And Madam Deputy Clerk, anything from your clerk's office? Okay. So then we will move on to number 13, public hearing on proposed ordinance and consideration of related resolution to be heard no earlier than 5 p.m. We're easily there. So Bill Taylor, come on up and tell us about this ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. As a brief refresher on this, we came to the board in March, presented to request to publish title and summary of a repeal on sections 1 and 2 of County Ordinance 2012-5 that pertain to the use of outside contracts, excuse me, for goods and services requiring BCC approval, and also Section 2 rebidding of our contracts and making our contracts more than 1 year if the ordinance pertained to basically requiring board approval if we wanted to have a longer term contract for more than 1 year. So the ordinance was published, and we have not received any objections at the purchasing office or comments or questions pertaining to that publication. And then before you today is the resolution that would modify the county procurement, county purchasing regulations and policy regulation manual to be consistent with state statute, county ordinances, and our manual. They would all be consistent. So adoption of the ordinance repeals section 1 and 2 of the ordinance 2012-5, and staff recommends adoption of the subject resolution today that would account for the repeal of those two sections. There would be an additional new article or section in the manual 50 that would allow longer term contracts. And so that's basically what we're here before the board to recommend approval of the subject resolution that would achieve those efficiencies in purchasing and be more consistent with state statute and our ordinances and our regulations. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, questions, Commissioner Hanson?
I'm going to make a motion.
Well, wait, we have to have a public hearing.
Oh, we have to, okay.
Could we, is there anybody in the audience to speak to this event? And if not, is there anyone online? Okay, so that was the public hearing. Go ahead, Commissioner Hanson.
I would like to pass an ordinance, amending ordinance number 2021-5 to repeal the restrictions on the procurement of outside contractors by competitive bid and repeal the requirements that multi-term contracts procure through competitive procurement begin with a term of 1 year. So we're repealing that.
And I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Green, and we do a roll call.
I will, if I may say a little statement, just
Okay.
just very quickly. I appreciate bringing this up for the efficiency of things. As I see anything with a 2012 ordinance on it, it usually seems like that came from a different era when we needed to clean things up, and we've done a great job at cleaning Santa Fe County up over the last decade plus. Good job, Bill. And if we can make your job easier to make good decisions and make our life easier to make good decisions, more power to you and more power to us. So thank you for bringing this forward.
I agree. Now, we do a roll call for ordinance, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Anna Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hansen?
Yes.
Commissioner Camilla Bustamante?
Yes.
And Chair Hank Hughes.
Yes. So that passes 5-0. Very good.
Thank you.
And then we need to do the resolution too, I think.
Okay, I'll make a motion to, a resolution to amend the Santa Fe County Purchasing Regulation and Policy Manual with regards to the procurement of outside contractors and the award of multi-year contracts.
We need a separate public hearing for that because it's both under public.
It's a
or is it just one?
resolution.
I know. I'm just double checking. I'm sorry. I guess not.
No, the public hearing was intended, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, for the ordinance, and they're in tandem with each other. They work together. So
I was assuming, but I just thought I should. Thank you. Sorry.
Good to check.
Sorry.
Okay.
You have a motion and a second.
And a second.
Any second. All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Opposed? Okay. Now we need an ordinance number and a resolution number.
Yes, sir. The ordinance number is 2024-07, and the resolution number is 2024-065.
Okay. And
Mr. Chair?
yes,
I just want to point out that you're racking up these records. You had the record for the shortest BCC meeting, and now you have the record for the shortest public hearing.
well, take what we can get. Any announcements about an adjournment?
Move to
To adjourn?
Okay, I'll second.
Okay, thank you.
Motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.